Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's spookiest gothic horror campaign. I am Dragon Nakarta, your host and DM, and a big thank you to everyone for continuing to tune in. Just a brief note for anyone who is joining us who has just learned about this. We have a very special guest for our fireside chat today. We've had a number of great guests, but we're definitely very excited about this one. If you don't know him, Sly Flourish, the author of Return of the Lazy DM and a producer of his own Curse of Strahd guide, will be joining us for today's fireside chat. That'll be around halfway through the episode, probably around 2:33 p.m., so we're very excited to welcome him and his insight into preparing sessions for Curse of Strahd and D&D. With that, just another quick pre-stream announcement. Serena, I think you had something.
All right, so I'm going to be saying this in my Kiva accent because I'm nervous about dropping it. So, we are surveying our current audience to find out where, how, and why you watch Twice Bitten, plus how you'd prefer to engage with it. So please take 1 to 2 minutes to fill out our new audience survey at tinyurl.com/twicebittenpoll. A big thank you to everyone who's able and to the dozens of people who've already filled it out.
All right, thank you, Serena. And Kaya, I think we had a rules update as well.
Yes, very quickly. Spoiler ban is lifted. You can talk about all the spoilers you want in chat at all times. After we reviewed our fireside chat content from last week, we decided that since our audience is mostly DMs and or players who have already played through this anyway, doesn't really foster much in the way of useful discussion to just squelch all the spoilers, so go wild.
Although I will note that if you do want to avoid spoilers, you can avoid the Twitch chat. But yes, so I think that's all of the announcements we have for the start of the stream. We'll probably have more after the break, but for now, I think that's everything out of the way. So with that, let's get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. All right, so with everyone back in place and with everything ready to go, let's figure out where we left off. So, from last week on Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, spirited away to the dark and unfamiliar land of Barovia, our 5 travelers, plus 1 pig, found their way to a village of the same name tucked in the shadow beneath the twisted Castle Ravenloft. As they explored the village streets, the party was lured into the home of the Durst family and trapped within its haunted halls. However, with their wits and will, they escaped the deadly house for the mist-strewn streets of Barovia, though at a cost, suffering heavy wounds, both physical, emotional, and spiritual. And with that, after their escape, as they recovered on the streets of the village beyond, Erthrendir purchased a collection of delicious pies from an elderly vendor. These dream pastries blessed Lillison, Amity, and Erthrendir with blessed faraway dreams, while Metreon and Kiva scouted the village beyond. In the Blood of the Vine Tavern, they met Ismark Kolyanovich, the son of the late local burgomaster. In exchange for warm beds and food for the night, the party agreed to consider helping Ismark transport his sister, Irina Kolyana, to the fortified town of Valaki nearby. They learned that Irina had caught the eye of Strahd von Zarevich, a vampire, and the Count of Castle Ravenloft. That night, after they evaluated their options at Ismark and Irina's manor, Amity joined Erthrindir and Kiva for a ghastly display, watching the spirits of dozens of dead adventurers marching from the Barovian cemetery and vanishing down the western road. Meanwhile, as he slept, Metreon received an eerie midnight visit from a mysterious entity, and a bargain for power and potential freedom that he soon accepted. And so, you find yourselves at rest. The night is quiet as it continues. The three that made their way to the cemetery, one by one making their way back to the mansion, as Metreon sleeps restlessly in the wake of his midnight bargain. The night passes slowly like molasses, each minute dragging by, for some of you restlessly, for others wishing for a dreamless sleep, or perhaps of dreams that have yet to come. Instead of the bright visions that you so recently experienced, others of you find hollowness, a void in your dreams, or simple nightmares that twist and torment you like the fogs of Barovia. Erthrindir and Kiva are the first to awaken as their trances end and the elves come to consciousness as the early morning and late night darkness still clings to the skies overhead. Kiva, as you slowly come to consciousness, you hear the rustling of wings from outside the window, and as you peer through the cracks in the boards attached there, you see dozens and dozens of bats perched from the gutters and the shingles of the next door roof, hanging upside down, their tiny red eyes staring toward your window in the night.
Kiva, upon seeing this, is just going to turn away and wrap her cloak tighter around herself, very protectively, almost like a kid would do with a blanket. And then she's going to sort of sneak out of the room, trying not to wake everyone else, and will go downstairs to the kitchen and try to sit by the fire to be warm.
The fire is kept going, although it's died down a bit. You see Lillison curled up on the floor in the corner next to the pantry, a small, threadbare, moth-eaten blanket pulled over her smaller form. The fire is cozy and warm as best as it can be, and the crackling of the ember is a comforting distraction from the ghostly wail of the wind beyond the shuddering windows.
So she's going to not wake Lillison, but she is going to get as close as possible to the fire and just sort of sit there and try to get warm.
All right. As this happens, Erthrindir, you hear a chittering from your own window, and glancing between the boarded up shutters, you notice the same sight, dozens of small black bat bodies, the red eyes glaring at you in the night.
He's going to blearily roll out of bed, doing his best not to disturb Metreon, and kind of step up to the window to look at the assorted bodies.
Looking out the window toward what lies beyond, it seems just swarms of bats just clinging quietly in the night, hanging from gutters and shingles, from darkened, shattered windows. You see one hanging from the sign of a long boarded-up shop, and every one of their eyes is affixed upon your window and the one beside it.
Well,
they are quiet. They do not move. They simply stare and wait in the darkness.
Well, that's not remotely normal. Can he tell what kind of bats they are?
Make a nature check.
Alrighty. That is a 7.
As far as you can tell, they seem like mundane bats. There's nothing indicating anything out of the ordinary other than their unusual behavior, as far as you can tell.
Huh. Maybe they're keeping a bunch of rotten fruit in the attic or something. Well, none of my business. And he's going to shut the blinds a little nervously, rustle in his pack, grab a small kettle and a pouch of tea, and sort of carefully tiptoe downstairs where he kind of sees Kiva and flinches a bit. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Good morning.
There's no need to apologize. I just figured I'd try to get warm, but Lillison is still asleep, so maybe we should keep our voices down.
Yeah, of course. And he's going to fill the kettle with water, set it to steeping, and then sort of sit down by the fire next to her, kind of carefully, not looking in her direction. You sleep well?
As well as I could, I suppose. Last night was so strange. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet, but it was nice to at least be in a bed.
You're telling me. I did not realize I was looking forward to it so much until I got to one. But
how is Metreon as a bedfellow?
Well, let's just say that his attitudes towards sleeping with someone apparently didn't stop evolving once he got out of primary school. Or stopped evolving once he got out of primary school. He is a very, very persnickety, I believe the word is. He does not want me anywhere close to him.
Well, some people take a little bit of time before cuddling with others, so I also kept my distance from Amity. I figured she needed space and rest.
Well, reasonable enough. At any rate,
Did you see the bats outside?
Yeah, no, it's odd. Wouldn't think this would be their country, but I guess maybe there's not a lot of food sources, and maybe their dad used to feed them or something. I knew a man like that who would just have a big roost full of birds on his roofs that they'd always congregate to. Maybe Kolyan was an enthusiast.
Well, do you think maybe it's the vampire sending his sort of eyes on Irina?
That's... I mean, I don't know what vampires are capable of, frankly, but frankly, I don't see it. That's just using, animals as spies is... You'd either need to be a powerful magician or druid or something, or to, just be able to talk to them naturally. And nothing about big undead man who lives in a castle really suggests that, so I don't think so.
Kiva looks very relieved by that thought process. She's like, okay, that makes sense. So clearly it's just sort of paranoia, and she's gonna settle down and say, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I don't know a lot about magic. I've never really been a magician myself.
Well, I probably means you live a happier life because of it. The more I learn about it, the more I wish I didn't. But you're welcome. I'm glad I could give you a bit of comfort. He kind of looks over at Lillison as he takes the tea off the fire. Well, this is not to be blunt, but this is a bit of an odd situation we've ended up in, isn't it? I didn't expect to have y'all as traveling companions for more than maybe a week or two, and it appears we may be stuck together for a good bit longer if we're to believe Mr. Kolyan and Irina.
Yeah, I sort of am having trouble reconciling the fact that I won't be going to Neverwinter anytime soon. I wasn't really excited to go necessarily. It was just
Something to do.
felt like the necessary next step. But yeah, and now that the option's taken away from me, I find myself wanting it more than I ever thought I would.
I can get that, I suppose. For me, it's more that it was travel. It was somewhere to go. It was something to do. It was 2 or 3 weeks of a break from monotony. You know, it didn't really matter what it was for, although I do still want that book, but it was something. A break in the gray.
I would have thought the life of a historian would be much more exciting than just a little bit of grey.
He laughs and it sounds a tiny bit broken. Yeah, about that. Not really. I mean, sure, if I were going on archaeological digs and getting up magnificent finds, but most of my work, if you can call it that, is sitting in a room, taking up journals and letters and diaries and old street signs sometimes, and meticulously documenting them and what they say in my own handwriting in a few languages, and shipping them back to the museum. Ad nauseum.
I'm sort of torn between saying that you would love my father and you would hate my father, because we also worked in the artifact trade, although not necessarily above board. He loved history, though, and I think he would have found your stories quite entertaining.
Yeah, no, he sounds like quite a person. Although, I admit the bit about a smattering of criminality is no longer a surprise. I've gotten the sense that most of us are carrying one thing or another, but I would have loved to meet him.
He is a very special man, and I miss him very terribly, especially in times like this. I feel like he could tell me what to do or where to go, and I don't have that, so I'm sort of perhaps inappropriately relying on the group to be a leader for me. I've always needed a direction.
Well, I'm glad you have something, at least. From what happened in the basement, I was afraid that you were going a direction none of us wanted.
I thought so for a long time as well, but Lillison really changed my perspective, and I thought I lost her down there. I wasn't going to let her sacrifice be in vain, and now that she's back, it still seems rather cruel to waste the gift that she gave me. And she's sort of looking very fondly at Lillison as she sleeps.
Well, whatever reason you have to keep going, it's a good one. Doesn't really matter. But, yeah, no, she's good people.
I'm not even sure what time it is. I feel like we don't really need the sort of rest that other people need, but
I do. I could sleep forever after what we've just been
I feel like I could go back to sleep for the next 3 days.
Yeah, that about the same sentiment here. But we've got things to do.
I think at least what I was thinking of was, maybe actually you could help me with this. She's going to go into her backpack and pull out the 3 scrolls that they took from the skeleton's chest in the Durst house, and open them up and start to look them over and see if Earthendir can recognize what they might be or what they're used for.
Can he?
So you pull out the scrolls and begin pouring through them. Earthendir, looking over all 3 of them, you've no idea what they could mean. They're in some sort of indecipherable arcane script, but whatever the meaning is, it's beyond your own training.
No idea, which is a rare thing for me to say. I hold on to them, I suppose, but for all I know, it's some gobbledygook they put together when trying to summon their nice cult beast. For all the good that did them, the bastards.
Okay, I'm gonna try to take a look at them myself, I suppose, then. Just see if maybe I can discern something in them.
Sure, you can try.
All right, is there anything more you'd wish to do during these witching hours of the night, or will you be returning to your tea in the quiet of the kitchen?
Probably the latter. He will pour Kiva a cup of it if she wants it, but otherwise he's just gonna enjoy the fire.
Yeah, Kiva will take the tea graciously and then spend the rest of the morning looking over the scrolls.
All right, very good. And as you look at the scrolls, they do prove frustratingly impossible to comprehend. As Earthrendir sips the tea and slowly the fire ducks down over the hours, the sky gradually begins to brighten, not to a blue or to an orange or a red, but to a simple, lighter shade of gray. And in time, you realize, looking out the window, that morning has come to Barovia. As you do, you hear the flutter and flapping of many dozens of pairs of wings, and looking out, you can see the swarms taking off into the sky, vanishing into the mists that hover over the village, as slowly upstairs, your three compatriots come awake. Amity, Metreon, and Lilith in the kitchen as you awaken and find Kiva and Earthrendir potentially nearby, depending on whether they've lingered here.
Yep.
The day is yours. What would you like to do?
Well, Metreon will kind of... oh, shit. Kind of rub his tummy, realizing that he's now in this big old bed by himself. Will kind of take a moment to recline and stretch, and then he'll feel like a very faint tension, a very faint pain on his pectoral right above his heart, and look down and realize what he had done to himself last night. And there's this moment, this pause of reconciling that, and he'll kind of brush it off, and he's going to go ahead and, realizing that he's still in someone else's house, very quickly apply his disguise kit, his darkened hair, his tanner skin, human skin, and he'll go ahead and go wake up Amity. He'll also make sure to gather all of his things, put the topaz pendant in the bag, but he's keeping the rings on because he's got to be a little bit flashy. But he'll put on his clothes, and he'll head towards Amity.
All right, what is Amity doing when she wakes up?
Amity wakes up sort of groggily, stumbling out of bed, then remembering her bad foot, reaching for the sort of cane that the Ismarks and Irina gave her. I was a real brat to them last night, wasn't I?
No, love. You're all right. I mean, and Metreon, standing in the doorway, nods towards your mangled ankle. No, listen, you've been through a lot. And how's the little one? And he points over at Truffle. He doing all right?
Amity wakes Truffle up, sort of patting him on the head.
Truffle happily trots up and sniffles around a bit, nuzzling Amity's hand before you see he kind of trots over to Metreon and just bumps against his shin, snuffling happily and greeting.
Metreon's body tenses up a bit as soon as Truffle starts to nuzzle his shin, and he'll just like let it happen, but there's this like tension that is very visible on him. Yeah, that's good. So anyway, we getting the fuck out of here? What we doing?
I agree, we are. But no, I think I really was a brat last night. I mean, they just met some complete strangers they'd never known in their life, and they offered us just hospitality, not even knowing who we were. I mean, we could have been trying to, like, rob them blind or something. And their father just died, they said, so I
mean, it's not too late to roll them blind.
Amity looks at him questioningly.
I'm teasing, love. I'm teasing. Listen, you want me to go get you something to eat? Or you got rations in here?
I'm going to pay them back. And Amity is going to go downstairs and
wait, hold on. And seeing
Okay.
Amity trying to get up and like trying to operate in the same ways that she's been doing with he'll rush towards her and start to like help her get out of bed and grab the kind of makeshift crutch that Irina gave her and give it to her. Just slow down there. You don't have to rush to do anything right now.
All right, I'll slow down, but I've got to learn how to use this myself, at least until we get to like a cleric in a town or something. So don't like help me out. I'm just gonna learn how to do this myself.
Fair enough. And he backs away, kind of throwing his arms up. I'll see you downstairs.
Yeah, Amity's gonna go downstairs and then probably try to start making like corn cakes or pancakes or something. Probably not even checking whether all the ingredients are there before she starts.
So as you make your way outside, you bump into the two of you making your way down the stairs. You see her to the left. You can hear Kiva and Erthrindir quietly moving around in the kitchen. And to the right, you can hear additional footsteps from the drawing room in which you recall the burgomaster's body lies. And as you do, Kiva and Lillison, you can hear this as well from the kitchen, just quietly, muffled voices at first and then slowly raising. You hear Irina and Ismark's voices. Ismark saying, "Irina, come on, we can't be too careful about this." And Irina responds, "Ismark, come on. It's been 3 days, more than that by now. Maybe he's just given up, maybe he's gotten bored. We don't need to live our lives in fear." And Ismark, "Kiva," you can just faintly see him shake his head. "What if he's just waiting? What if he's biding his time? We can't risk it. Barovia is not safe." Irina opens her mouth to respond, and then she turns and sees Metreon and Amity descending the stairs in the hallway and closes her mouth. As she turns, Ismark offers a small smile and a wave. "Good morning. I hope that you slept well."
I could have slept better, but yeah. No, I mean, it was great. It was fantastic. Lovely accommodations. How did you all sleep?
Is this addressed to Ismark and Irina, or
Yes,
are you moving
Ismark
along and
and-
addressing...
Ismark and Arena, and anyone else who's in the room.
Gotcha. So you can hear a few people moving around from the kitchen. They don't seem to be here right now, but if anyone in the kitchen would like to join this conversation, you're welcome to. In response to Metreon's question, Ismark shrugs his shoulders, kind of rolling his head on his neck. "It was as well as could be expected. There were a few noises in the night, but hopefully nothing untoward, I hope. You can't afford to be too careful.
You look a bit tense in the neck. Do you need a bit of a neck massage?
I'll think. I think I should be all right for now, but I will let you know if it gets much worse. Thank you."
Of course. My friend here, and he'll point up at Amity. I believe she's looking for the kitchen.
Irina nods. "Right, it's here. Let me show you over there. I hope that you're doing all right. If you would like, my brother and I were just about to see if we could put something together for a morning meal. Perhaps we could, I don't know, we could put together something to eat if you're hungry."
Yeah, definitely. I'll help. Maybe like pancakes or something?
Irina blinks. Oh, I don't know that I'm familiar with those. What are they? How do you make them?
It's like a flat piece of bread that's like fluffy. You can put fruit on it.
Oh, that sounds really good, actually. Can you show me how to make it?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to apologize for last night. I mean, you invited some random strangers into your house. You've never even met us before. It was very kind of you.
Ismark steps up behind her and chuckles. It is not a problem. Again, it is nothing less than we could offer by duty and honor. We could not bear to see you, encounter anything alone. These lands can be dangerous, and we're grateful that you were able to find your way safely. In the meantime, if you would like to make anything, I would love to learn as well. I do enjoy cooking a bit, and it might also be best if I accompany you if my sister is going to be joining. She is, you might say, culinarily challenged. Irina shoots him a glare and punches him on the shoulder. Ismark chuckles, but just kind of rubs it. That was probably warranted, but it does not mean that I am any less correct.
Don't worry, this one's super easy.
Ismark nods, and Irina looks intrigued. All right then, if you don't mind showing us a look.
Yeah, Amity will get to showing them how to make pancakes. Hopefully they end up having all the ingredients.
It's close. They have, basic flour. They have, it takes you a good, 20 minutes to search the pantry, but you finally find a little, jar that has, a few dregs of sugar left that you, okay, maybe this will work out. There's a bit of, goat's milk that you kind of approximate as best you can with the ingredients. And overall, you actually manage a reasonable approximation of pancakes. It's not perfect. The accommodations aren't exact, but by the time you're done, they are smelling very good.
While people are in the kitchen making pancakes, Lillison, who appears at first glance to still be asleep, just sort of manages to sort of roll herself over strategically so that she's out of people's way against the wall.
Yeah, as Ismark and Irina come into the kitchen, Kiva stands very suddenly and does this half bow, but she also sort of spills her tea a little bit. It's very awkward and uncoordinated, and she nods at Ismark and then nods but isn't looking at Irina and decides to walk out of the kitchen.
While everyone's in the kitchen, Metron, noticing everyone file away towards that area, he would actually like to go ahead and search through Irina and Ismark's rooms.
All right. I'm assuming you're trying to do so quietly.
I am. So with that,
go yes, ahead. Please make a stealth check for me.
Got it. That's a 22.
22. All right. You search through the rooms, tiptoeing as quietly as you can while the others are downstairs. You find, the simple items, a wardrobe, a bed. You find, on one side, some evidence of, a small personal whetstone mounted on one side in Ismark's room. In, the wardrobe, you find, a number of, travelers' cloaks and some other items. You find one simple, beautiful but aged and faded with time blue dress in Irina's wardrobe that has clearly been lovingly cared for and taken care of for many generations. You also find what seems to be a bit of a slightly disassembled breastplate armor lying across the base of the wardrobe in Irina's room. Otherwise, searching around, is there anything specific you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for either small valuables or any sort of physical clues as to their identity or any kind of journals or anything like that.
Sure, make an investigation check for me.
Ooh, 7.
7. Glancing through the chamber as best you can, you don't find anything of immediate note. You find in Irina's wardrobe, kind of tucked away in a small corner, a rapier that has been, clearly well polished and well kept, just hanging from a small spike in the side of the wardrobe. And in Ismark's Ismark's room, you find a few small books dealing with kind of, assorted topics, mostly regarding swordplay. You find one basic book regarding monsters and creatures of the night and how they can be undone and defeated. There's a bit of basic information in there. It appears to have been written by some doctor or monster hunter. The contents seem, fairly well put, but not overly in depth. There are a number of pages that have been ripped out or inked over the years, and it obviously seems very well worn.
Metron's going to take that book and look at it. Are there any, just because it's speaking about monsters and things like that, are there any kind of passages about vampires?
There is one passage as you kind of take a few minutes to flip through. It discusses a few minor things. It's mostly, textual description of the kind of creature a vampire is, information that you've learned about how they tend to stalk their prey and drink their blood, how they are creatures of the night, turn toward the undead, in somewhat more depth than you've read before. It discusses how a vampire must rest in its coffin during the day and how they cannot enter a residence without invitation from the occupants.
Okay. Yeah, he'll actually take it. He'll kind of shove it away in one of his inner jacket pockets. And question for Earthendir and Amity: did you all take your belongings with you, or are they in your rooms?
They're in my room.
Yeah, same.
So Metron is going to spend the rest of the time going through their things.
Oh my god. Okay.
Exciting.
All right, is there anything, are you looking for similar items?
Yeah, just like looking through their things and seeing if there's valuables, but also more importantly, kind of context clues about who these people are that I'm now traveling with.
Earthendir is kind of disappointingly bare. There's what you've seen him use: longbow, wand, weapons, arrows, and such. But there's also a book which, when you crack it open, kind of lets out a cloud of dust. It is obviously pretty old and very worn. And unless it's in Elvish, you can't read it. And in addition, it looks like there's a few letters in there. Looks like addressed to Earthendir as opposed to from, roll of parchment. Not much more. He is disappointingly poor. There is 2 gold in there.
He won't take the gold, but are the letters in Elvish as well?
Common, actually.
He'll read them.
Okay, I'll summarize, but the gist is that they're the sort of thing you write to check in with someone you haven't seen in a very long time and aren't sure are going to get a response for, where you kind of try and cover all the ground you can, talking about birthdays and weddings and funerals to kind of get as much ground, and at the end, a encouragement to write back, signed from 2 people that you assume to be his parents.
Yeah, he'll just read it and then put it away as nicely as he can as he found it, and then go through Amity's stuff.
All right, probably the most interesting thing to you in Amity stuff is the 9 gold, but you will also find a simple lamp, the crossbow from Death House, of course, a red rock that's sort of flat and shaped like a heart. A letter seems to be from a merchant in Neverwinter asking her to come. And of course, her quill and book, which is like leather bound and full of like sewed on patches, or on the covers rather.
And is the book just full of like story? Like what is it in common? Is it something that he could read?
Yeah, it's in common. It is indeed full of stories with a few pictures as well. Is he taking a particular interest in any aspect of it? It seems to be mostly like fables, fairy tales.
He's looking mostly for personal stuff, but if it just seems kind of like more like it's like nothing is sticking out as being personal, then he's just kind of like flipping through it.
Yeah, no, if there's any personal details in this book, it's couched in metaphor.
Okay. Yeah, he's not great with metaphor, so he's gonna go ahead and put the book away. He's gonna look at this stone. Does this I don't know what I would do to figure it out, but does this stone resonate with anything, or does it mean anything? That like, does Metron pick up on anything about it?
It's not like a gemstone. Like it doesn't have that like cut or like translucence. It's just more like a flat like red rock. It doesn't send like energy into him, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Yeah. No. If it's just kind of like mundane, he'll shrug and put everything again back into the bag as best as he can as he found it, and kind of look around and check himself out in the mirror, make sure his makeup and hair are all in order, and he will head downstairs with the others.
All right. As you do, in a few moments earlier, Kiva, as you leave the room, you hear footsteps falling behind you, and as you turn, you see Irina a few steps behind you, holding hand up. I'm sorry, I just... Do you have a moment?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to presume. I just noticed that last night a few of you were going somewhere last night. I didn't want to bother you. I was a little concerned. Is everything okay?
Oh, I'm sorry we didn't tell you. You told our friends about something that happens in the graveyard, and I suppose it was a morbid curiosity. Kiva's like looking directly at her fucking feet. It was quite unsettling, just as you described. I'm actually sort of upset I went in the first place.
I don't think well, I guess I can understand. It's easy to feel angry at yourself sometimes when things happen. I know that I know that this village can be a bit off-putting to some folks. I mean, I've lived here my life, but I know that outsiders can sometimes see it as strange or eerie, and I'm sorry that was the first thing you got exposed to, or one of them. I'm sorry about everything, really. I'm sure you didn't ask to be brought here.
It hasn't been all bad. I have been exposed to some beautiful things as well. So, anyway, yeah, I didn't ask to be brought here, but trying to make the most of it.
Well, that's all that any of us can do, I guess. It's tough when you feel like you're in a situation where there's nothing really you can do, but I guess, the best you can do is stand up and do what you think is right?
Yes. Have you managed to, pardon my assumption, but convince your brother to put your father at rest?
It seems to be, well, he seems willing to do that. I don't think that he, doesn't want a father to go to his rest, but it's irritating. He still thinks that it's too dangerous for me to wander the streets beyond the house. I can understand why he's so frightened for me, Beyond the threshold of a home, anything can find you, but I mean, I understand he means well. He wants what's best for me. He wants me to be safe, and frankly, after what happened to our father, I don't know. It feels like, on the one hand, it feels like running away. On the other hand, it feels like leaving a place I wasn't meant to be, if that makes sense.
Well, I can say that sometimes the horrors that we're trying to run away from are already inside of our homes. So the best thing that you can do is just try to fight the way you can, and hope that things change. I was on the run before this, and so if you want to go and you need someone to take you where you're going, I'm fine to go with you. I know what it's like to feel like you're running away from a place that you belong, but also a place that you probably should never have been in the first place. So, I guess all this to say that I know a little bit of what you're going through, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, let alone such a kind stranger. So, I can be here for you however you need me to be.
Irina chuckles and says, "Well, I think I appreciate that, and who knows? Maybe we'll both find what we're looking for."
I hope so.
DM.
I guess,
Oh, sorry.
yes.
Go on.
Was there something you wanted to say immediately, or?
Oh no, I was just wondering because Metreon was coming down the stairs. Does he hear this at all, or see Kiva talking to Irina?
Give me a perception check for me. You can hear muffled voices coming from the drawing room. I'll give you a perception check to see what you hear.
12.
I would say you can hear like an occasional word. You can cast the gist of the conversation, and you do so just in time to hear Irina say, "Well, regardless, in the meantime, I just wanted to, after last night, just wanted to let you know to be careful. I know I sound too much like my brother, but going out at night isn't always the safest thing to do, and sometimes, I think he's a bit overprotective sometimes, but on that mark, he might not be too far off. So I just wanted to let you know."
Well,
And we will be safe, love. Kiva, a moment with you just upstairs. There's something to take care of.
Oh, of course. Kiva, for the first time, looks up at Irina and sort of stares at her for a minute too long, and then she will follow Metreon right away.
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. What the fuck are you doing?
I thought we were agreeing not to do this. I thought we were gonna go out, get out of here. Just what was the look on your face?
Look, I said it. Listen, I don't have to explain anything to you. And what was your look on your face with Ismark?
I mean, that's not the point. Listen, we had an agreement back at the tavern. We get in, we get out. We're already into this too deep.
I'm not saying she doesn't want to go anyway. I just said if she wanted to, that maybe I would be interested in going with her.
There's no sense in putting ideas in her head. All right?
Look, she's stubborn as it is, apparently, so there's no worry about it. Did you find anything upstairs while you were poking around?
Nothing of value, really. I did find this, and he'll pull the book on monsters out, just enough out of his jacket pocket so that she can see, but not enough that it's like visible for anybody else. I found this.
Kiva sort of turns her body and it's sort of like an innocuous turn, but just to shield what it is. She says, "Well, that looks like it might come in handy, so we should keep that. I was going to talk to Ismark and see about getting a map and perhaps some provisions for the road. Apparently this mercantile is a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. And I don't have any gold. I don't know about the situation for the rest of you. All I've got is those 3 useless fucking scrolls. So, I don't know, maybe I can barter with them, but it looks like financially we're sort of fucked, so maybe we should take advantage of the food and the hospitality, at least until we can get a bearing on what we're going to be doing."
Amity and Randy have some gold up there, so I won't worry too much. Oh, by the way, if you need some armor, your girlfriend's got some up there, and Metron will start to walk past her.
She's not... Oh my god. Whatever. Kiva will follow down, and again, just not looking straight ahead, especially at the girlfriend comment.
And
Yes,
Metron actually wants to go find Lillison.
Yes, as the two of you return to the kitchen, you can see Lillison evidently still sleeping, kind of tucked away in a corner by the pantry, as the delicious smell of Amity's pancakes hit you, and you can see the tiefling kind of piling them high onto a few slightly cracked but clean and nice enough plates as she begins handing them out. Amity, how do the pancakes look?
Well, They're very large, like each one fills an entire pan, and they're basically stacked with a bunch of just random fruit from the pantry. They're sort of lumpy and non-uniform, but they're fluffy.
All right, as you pass them out, everyone taking a pancake if they would like to. Lillison, are you still asleep?
Lillison has been awake for a while. She's just pretending to be asleep.
You're still pretending. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right. As you sit down and eat your pancakes, is there anything you'd like to do?
Metron will take up the pancake with the fruit and kind of like fold it like a taco and start to eat it. But he's going to go ahead and like when he sees Lillison, I assume that she's kind of like turned towards the wall. Was that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing that, he'll kind of like kick her the heel of her boot. Like,
Lillison is going to kind of kick slightly back.
well, I know you're awake.
Earthendeer is just watching all this, taking gentle forkfuls of his pancake and doing his best not to laugh. You're aware you can, just talk to her, right? She's been awake for an hour.
Well, it's generally polite to look at people when you're speaking to them, isn't it?
I think if she wanted to look at us, she would not be facing the wall, curled up in a ball.
Are Ismark and Irina in the kitchen with us?
Yes, they are. And as they do, you can see Ismark kind of tentatively taking a bite of the pancake and then nodding, smiling to himself. And Irina takes a bite and then cuts it, then takes another bite. And at that point, she kind of has her cheeks kind of stuffed a bit full. These are really good!
Yeah, no, that's the power of flour, butter, and sugar. It's a beautiful thing. Though, yeah, no, Amity, you did great.
Thanks. I'm surprised you've never heard of pancakes before. Maybe, can you show me some of the things you've picked up?
Ismark chuckles. Well, it's not much. I can make a decent steak as you've had, some stews, some basic vegetables. Truth be told, if you'd said you'd hungry, I probably would have tried to, find some bread and cheese, maybe some dried fruits. This is a bit of a ways beyond what we usually eat. So for that, I thank you. This is delicious.
You know what's delicious is your meat. It was fantastic last night.
I do my best to get it right. I know we don't have access to much seasoning, but it is very good to hear that you enjoyed it. So thank you. That is a very
Earthendeer has pulled out his handkerchief and is just silently losing it as he pretends to blow his nose.
Eva's face is against the wall and she's just trying not to smash it against things.
Lillison's shoulders are shaking a little bit as she tries to keep up the pretense that she's asleep.
Make a stealth check.
Well, yeah, no, it was some very, very nice food. Whew! Sorry, don't know what's become of me this morning. So, thank Amity, these pancakes are great!
Uh-huh. Yum.
So, how does everyone feel about a shopping trip later?
Ismark, you were mentioning that the mercantile here is not entirely favorable towards outsiders. Was that it?
Not as such. It is Bildras mercantile. He can be a bit prickly at some times, but in general, that is toward everyone. He is not especially hostile to anyone, just anyone that he thinks he can squeeze for some gold.
Yeah.
I would note before we discuss that, I was wondering, you said that you might be willing to discuss in the morning, and I don't want to overstep, but do you have any thoughts about whether you might be able to help Irina and I with our travels?
Oh yes, that. Well,
I think perhaps we can talk about that after we know how many supplies we can get for the journey. Does that seem reasonable, friends? And she's going to sort of look at the group say yes, please.
Yeah, that sounds sensible.
Is that okay with you?
Of course, that would not be a problem. I would be glad to show you the way to the mercantile if that would help.
Yeah, no, that actually would be lovely. Although, speaking of which, Earthrendir kind of pulls a piece of parchment from his pocket. You notice that he's had to abandon his old tunic and go into what looks roughly like kind of a ranger's uniform, which he looks very ill at ease in. The sleeves are far too short, and his pants are like 3 inches above his shoes. At any rate, I've managed to put together a bit of a shopping list, but I don't actually know what kind of money we've got on hand. Like, again, not to presume, everyone has personal funds, but if what Bismarck and Irina say is true and we are stuck here, then there might be some supplies that behoove us to have. Like, for instance, some better weapons for a few of us, some actual armor, fire starters, food that'll last, stuff like that. So, what? Not to be... Well, okay, yes, to be inconsiderate. What kind of coin are we playing with? And he's directing this specifically at the party.
I have nothing to offer, but I'm going to go spend a little bit of time with those scrolls, if that's okay, to see if maybe we can barter them for some of those nicer things you're talking about.
You were looking at them all morning. If you haven't gotten them in 3 hours, you're probably not going to get more by staring at them really hard. You're all right. What about the rest of y'all? Have you got any decent funds on hand?
I've got about 900 copper.
All right, that's something.
I mean, I have these on my hand, but I would rather not part with them if it's possible. And he kind of thrums his fingers and shows off the gold rings that he stole from Dursthouse.
Well, I guess I can't reasonably ask you to sell your possessions. Lillison? I know you're awake.
You didn't have to tell everybody like that, though.
I didn't, but it was funny.
Lillison rolls over onto her back and sort of tips her head back to look at everybody upside down.
How are your ribs?
They don't really bear speaking of. Before I tell you what I own, Earthrendir, do you have my mess kit?
Oh, yeah, and he, will bolt upstairs and return with a handful of forks and knives and such. Here you go.
Thank you. And Lillison pushes herself up to a sitting position. Sometime during the night, she had gotten out, an actual bedroll and bundled up in it near the fire, and so now she is sitting up in it, kind of like a little sad, socially distanced cocoon, and reaches out to take the mess kit back, and she says, I have a tinderbox, and, well, we have you, so I think we're good on fire starters, at least. I'm mostly concerned about food and extra water skins, and everything else I feel is rather extra beyond that.
Reasonable. I suppose we really don't have the wherewithal to try and get some sort of protection anyway. Well, in that case, that's 9 gold between us. That'll do for more food and water. That'll do perfectly.
Ismark, what do you think? Is 9 gold sufficient?
9 gold, it depends on what you are looking for. For minor things that are not over much expense, it should be fine. For things of perhaps higher make or more complex make, things that might have been crafted by artisans or otherwise shipped to Buildrath from outside of Barovia, that might be a bit pricier. But for more common tools, I don't think you should run into any major or notable issues.
Well, that's our decision made, I suppose. Let's head over after we finish these, and he will continue stuffing his face.
Yes, if I can make one request, so perhaps we stop at... is the Blood on the Vine open at this hour?
I imagine that this early in the day it might not be entirely available. We might be able to see if Eric is open or awake. We can certainly take a look. But usually it doesn't get busy until noon.
Earthendew just gives him a withering look over his pancakes and mouths 10 a.m. and then looks down again.
And Metreon notices this and just kind of like whispers towards him, just for later, not for now.
Definitely.
I'm not a drunk, and he takes his wineskin out and has a little sip of it and puts it away back under his jacket.
No, certainly. Definitely not. Earthendeer is obviously just kind of humoring you at this point.
So while this discussion is going on, Kiva sort of heartened in that like defensive way about like no, I'm going to figure these scrolls out, takes them out and holds them in her hands, and she closes her eyes, and you hear her mumble something in Elvish, Earthendeer, and as she does so, you anyone watching her can see these little like vine-like floral tendrils sort of coming out of her hands and connecting where her fingers are touching the scrolls, and she is going to use her magic awareness to decipher what the scrolls are.
Huh?
Kiva, as you expand your senses, you feel yourself tapping into a well of energy deep within you, and as you do, the first indication that it's connected is a sense, you smell the scent of faint lavender drifting past your nose. You feel an older woman's breath on your shoulder, and you feel arms curling around you in a gentle hug. And you feel safe and warm and familiar. And then you open your eyes. And if anyone's looking, you can see that Kiva's eyes are now a thin sheen of bright blue that covers the entirety of the whites of her eyes and her pupils, that flickers faintly with light. And as you watch tiny green sparks flash across the depths of the blue there, Kiva, you open your senses and feel around you, and unfortunately these scrolls, they seem to bear not exactly magic as you're looking for. You feel that they seem to contain some sort of magic, but the schools of magic that you sense are interesting. You feel that there is bound within one of these spells, or one of the spells that is bound within this scroll. It seems to be some kind of abjuration magic. The one beside it seems to be some kind of evocation.
I'll get it out of her.
That is quite a trick.
So after dealing with that, and she's sort of crying a little bit because of the nice, safe, warm feeling, she's going to put the scrolls down and explain what she figured out about them to the group and say, personally, I'm not really sure we should be using these ourselves because where we found them. But knowing what we know, maybe we can spice things up a little bit to see if we can trade these for some nicer things, knowing that they are magical.
Obviously, they're spell scrolls. Oh no, they're spell scrolls. Oh no, that bodes not well.
So just, can anyone use these? Like, if we barter them, can anyone use them and potentially the bad magic? Or does that mean that, like, only casters can use them?
Would I know this, or would I need to check for this?
Make an Arcana check for me.
Got you. 17.
17. You definitively know that only certainly trained practicers of the arcane, and depending on what source of their power, whether it be arcane or divine or primal in some way, can decipher certain spells that are attuned to their particular style and mechanism of magic. As far as you can tell, whatever spell work is worked into these scrolls, it's not a manner or a technique that you have any familiarity with.
Well, we can't read them, which means we can't cast them, and which means that you need to be drawn on a specific type of power to cast them. Which means that unless, Mr. Bildraith or whoever he is a ravishingly powerful sorcerer, he's probably not going to get any use out of them.
Lillison has wiggled her way out of her cocoon by now and climbs slowly to her feet. She doesn't say anything, she just keeps looking over towards the scrolls.
Kiva, no one told me elves could grow plants out of their hands.
Oh, I can sort of do it. I've been able to do it since I was a child, but my mother is part fae, so it's sort of something she could always do, I was told, and it was passed on to me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh man, I wish I had that kind of ancestral magic. Would be a lot more useful. That's brilliant.
It's come in handy a few times, but since being here I've noticed I feel much closer to her than I have before. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
At any rate, I don't think we're getting any use out of these.
Okay, so should we toss them or maybe just keep them for a rainy day?
No, don't toss them. But, perhaps we'll find someone who we can barter them with. If not this Bildrath, then another figure. Just keep them on us, and who knows, they may come in handy at some point.
So Kiva will put them in a sort of community pot, which Lillison would have access to, where we're sort of like, here's our funds and what we can use.
Yeah, Lillison steps, like maybe 2 steps closer, and goes, "May I see?"
Oh, of course. And she'll hand them over to you.
All right. DM, is there, looking over them closely, is there anything here that Lillison might be familiar with?
No, it is entirely alien to you. All 3 of them.
Okay. Is there at least some sort of check to see that they are in fact like magical scrolls and not just, random scribblings?
With Erthrindir's Arcana check, he would recognize these as proper spell scrolls, yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, guess we didn't get lucky. At any rate, you all ready to get going?
I'm ready.
Excellent.
As I'll ever be. And he'll look and see if there's another pancake left, and if there's not, he'll just take a scoop up of the fruit that Amity had prepared for the pancakes and just kind of like stuff it in his face.
Yeah.
Kiva will
right.
also do the same and just sort of like pick a quick breakfast.
Oh, right, Amity, Lillison. Since I gotten some rest, if y'all are still hurting, I can see if I can try a bit of magic on your injuries. I mean, again, Amity, I don't think it'll fix it, but it might make you a bit more comfortable.
Oh, it's worth a shot. If you're okay with using it right now.
Yeah. He kind of looks at Irina. Do you have a wooden spoon or something she can bite down on?
Irina looks a bit concerned and then nods and fetches one from a small drawer nearby.
Okay. Sorry. You may not have noticed but down there, apparently in this, wherever we are, this hurts a lot. So, I got you. You can grab my hand if you want. And he is going to, when she's ready, cast Healing Word, trying to see if he can kind of clean up the foot a bit and make it so she's not walking around with an open wound.
Amity grits her teeth and closes her eyes, her tail sticking straight out behind her. Do it.
Okay, Healing Word.
All right. With that, you watch as Erthrindir casts Healing Word, carving the arcane rune into the air before casting the spell upon Amity's ankle. Amity, you feel a searing, burning pain as you watch the veins begin to tinge and turn black, swelling up around the source of the injury. You can watch some of the flesh begin to knit together, some of the skin coming together, and then stopping. The pain is terrible, but eventually it slowly fades. And as you look down, you can see that the injury is still present. It looks a bit better, but doesn't appear to have healed over.
Fuck. How you doing? All right?
Yeah. Amity tries putting a little bit of weight on it, but
That's not gonna fix. It's just a. Don't stress it, please. You might break it wide open again.
all right. It's better for now, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah. He turns to Lillison kind of abashedly. So after that display, you may not be too eager, but if you'd like me to take a look at those ribs.
I would be much obliged if you would.
Okay. You want the spoon?
No, I will be fine.
Your choice. And he's going to draw his wand out, trace the same healing rune, and attempt to see what he can do for her.
All right, Lillison, you feel that burning, twisting sensation, and this time, instead of seeing it on the outside, you feel something twisting and piercing at the center of your torso. It almost feels like your intestines are burning and gnarling around one another, and then its pain slowly recedes, and you can feel yourself breathing easily. Experimentally, you try taking a deep breath, and you feel no pain.
Lillison clenches her teeth and makes a tiny strangled noise while this is happening, but afterwards just takes in a very deep breath and then slumps down a little bit, looks at Erthrindir, and just smiles.
He lets out an enormous sigh of relief and kneels down to be on level with her. You feel better?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank Corellian. And, yeah, you're welcome. Hey, since I remembered this spell, I might as well get some use out of it. Take care. And he's going to draw himself up again. Well, shall we?
Metreon turns to Irina, and with a smile, bearing fangs and berry juice all over his lips. Can we get you anything while we're out?
She looks a bit startled for a moment and then smiles, relaxing, and then shakes her head. I think I should be all right. If you see him, though, do tell Bildra's nephew that Miss Coliona says hi. He's a good lad, and I've not had a chance to visit really anyone in the village for quite a while, so I hope he's doing well.
Of course, my lady. And he'll gently bow his head. And, well, ladies and gents, shall we?
Of course. And yeah, let's head out.
All right, together you make your way out from the mansion and once more into the misty, dreary streets of Barovia. You leave behind the burgomaster's mansion, which you've spent the night, and begin making your way through the streets once more, as you can hear the distant drizzle, the mud that slowly sloshes and sludges across the cobble. In the distance, the faint sobs that have been ever present since you first entered the village. And slowly, as you make your way through the town, this marker guides you up the northern avenue, once more toward the village's central square. As you pass... Oh, yes. Metreon?
Go on.
So, as you pass forward through the central avenue of the village, you see a large building to your right that provides some sign of life. And as you do, you see Ismark kind of stop and nod toward it. You can see that the sparse light from this building spills out from behind drawn, heavy curtains. A sign over the door, creaking on its hinges, reads, Bildrath's Mercantile. Ismark gives a nod and gestures with a hand and a smile. Well, it looks like we have arrived. Welcome to Bildrath. Just do not be too put off. As I said, he is not the most friendliest person.
Evidently. With how little sunlight y'all get here, I'd be surprised anybody draws their curtains. You want what you can.
Does it always rain here?
It does not always rain. It is quite frequent. It has been wetter than late, unfortunately. It's a bit of a dreary sight. Sometimes it is dry out. There is mist and fog. Sometimes it is light, overcast. It can get quite a bit nicer than this.
Oh, yeah, no, I can imagine. With a sort of a low-lying climate like this, with banks of fog, it must be really lovely at sometimes a year.
Lilison looks around the group, and her brow furrows a bit, and she says, given what we've heard of the disposition of this man, which of us is best at not being thrown out of shops?
Well, that's clearly me.
I feel like Amity is the most personable of any one of us.
Well,
No offense
Amity-
to the others, just
Mildly taken. But I take your point. But at the same time, well,
There are the matter of the horns.
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, so which one of us looks the least assuming then?
Probably me or
Are we only
Lillison.
sending one person in?
Yeah, actually, we could just overwhelm him with sheer force of weirdness. I found that works more often than you'd think.
It could also hide us from maybe taking things that we can't afford to help bolster our packs.
If you do that while I'm in there, you're on your own.
Don't worry, dear, you're not on your own.
I knew someone would understand.
With that lovely aside, shall we?
Metron will look over at Amity before they all go in. Listen, just stay close, all right?
I'm with Aethrin here on this one.
Fine, suit yourself.
All right. You make your way inside, leaving the distant sobs and the pitter-patter of the rain outside, and entering into this small, dreary shop. As you do, the bell over the door chimes with a hollow, tinny sound, and inside you can immediately see a motley assortment of equipment and gear hanging from the walls. Much of the items you can see are aged or worn, though a few of them bear bright, even flamboyant colors. The back wall is covered entirely by wooden shelves that groan beneath the weight of their many wares. The only bare space you can see is a half-open wooden door from which you can hear beyond the sound of sweeping. A candelabra dripping with wax burns with candlelight atop a wooden desk that's around a dozen feet into the storefront. Behind it, you can see skulking an unpleasant-looking lump of a man. His face is pallid, his eyebrows bushy, and his bare head is dotted with withered black hairs. His dark eyes narrow as you enter, his cheeks puffing out like a frog's as he speaks, wheezing, "New meat. What'll you be buying?"
Oh, we'll be buying a fair bit. Just give us a moment. We need to see what you got.
He grunts, and Ismark waves a hand. "Master Bildrath, it is good to see you. I hope that you have been keeping well." Bildrath snorts. "Where's all can be doing? You here to buy something? Or you just here to skulk?" Ismark sighs. "My friends were hoping to take a look around." Bildrath smirks and says, "Right. Well, if you see anything that you're looking to buy, let me know."
Of course.
Yeah. Earthrendeer is kind of immediately drawn to the brightly colored equipment on the walls just because everything he's seen so far in Barovia has been drab. Can he take a look at that?
What are you looking at particular? The brighter colored things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems unusual.
Sure. You see, looking around on the walls, some of the brighter things seem to be some sets of travelers' clothes. You can see what appears to be a grappling hook decorated with bright, almost garish colors, beside which rests a few vials of colorful perfumes. On the opposite side, you can see a hooded lantern that seems to have once been painted in deep golds and silvers, but it's faded and flecked over the years of the paint, aging and peeling off with time until you can see the dark black cast iron beneath, though a few bits of the original coat of paint still linger.
Earthrendeer looks at the grappling hook and, actually squeals a little. Oh, my darling, I would have been thrilled to have you about a day ago. Excuse me, sir. How much for this little number up here? And he's going to motion to it.
All right. That'll be... He pauses for a moment, thinking, rubbing and scratching his chin on the jowls there. If you want it, that'll be 20 gold pieces.
20? All right. Yeah, no, let me think about it. I might find something I want more. And he kind of frantically whispers to Ismark, is the exchange rate here different? Is silver your base? What? That's...
Ismark shakes his head. I told you, you've met the Biltrath.
Yes, but that is 3 months' wages.
I know.
What? Earthrendeer looks at the grappling hook and just kind of sighs. Well then, that's another time, old friend. Another time.
So, what is everyone else looking at?
Did you say that there was any kind of armor here?
There is not any armor here, I'm afraid. There doesn't seem to be anything of particular note.
Okay. Does he have crossbow bolts?
There does appear to be kind of something that was once maybe a vase for flowers, but it's cracked and the clay has been worn over time. There seem to be a number of depictions of wolves in the interior, and inside there seem to be maybe 20 or 30 crossbow bolts, all point up, of varying makes and sizes.
Good man. How much for these bolts?
For 20 of them, that'll be 10 gold pieces.
Well, come now, we can do something better than that. I mean, I'm buying in bulk.
That's nice. It's 10 gold pieces.
I could do 7 on them.
Look. Why, man? How much you drank that your skin turned purple, I don't care. If it turned gold, I wouldn't let you trade yourself in. Oh, you do, sorry. He scowls. Look, outsider. You might not be familiar with the ways that things work here, but if you're looking for something to buy, then you'll pay the price that's being sold. Now, do you want them or not?
Well, that doesn't seem very reasonable because we're offering you gold anyway, and it doesn't seem like you have a lot of customers. So maybe some gold is better than the ridiculous upcharging that you're doing.
Oh, no.
For the love of all. Look, I don't get up in the morning so that I can have a bunch of pointy-eared freaks tell me how to run my business. Look, if you're looking to buy, then buy. If you want badly enough, you'll pay. If not, that ain't no skin off my back. You're buying, or are you gonna fuck off?
Metron whispers to Kiva. Well, clearly he doesn't want this stuff to move.
It's a shame because I actually had something I was looking at buying.
Maybe he's a hoarder or something.
I don't really feel he's worth my business.
Good sir, I appreciate your candor. We'll be looking elsewhere. And Metron's gonna
Good
kind
luck
of
with
walk
that.
toward the back.
Dead houses and dead men don't tend to have much for sale. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Is Mark, where do you usually go grocery shopping?
I mean, for basic, food and such, I mostly, have a few friends and who manage to put together some hunting materials, trade what I can. But if you're looking for proper gear and equipment, Gildrath is your only option, I'm afraid. I try not to come here too much. He sets a bit of a high bar sometimes.
Are there any other traders around, period? Like in this Valaki place? Or you mentioned out...
In
anything?
Wallaki, I am sure that... Wallaki is a proper city. I know that... Or not a city, but a town. I'm sure it's smaller than what you city folk and outsiders are comfortable with. But Wallaki, from what I have heard, has a number of marketplace items that might be available. But Barovia, I'm afraid, is... We are a smaller village, and we have been hard hit by our geography, one might say. I'm sorry, if I knew any others, I would tell you, I promise.
No, it's understandable.
While this conversation is going on, Lillison is just like looking around the store every so often, picking something up, looking at it, putting it down. She edges over towards the grappling hook, and she is going to just quietly steal it.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Make a.
Oh my god.
You love to see it.
Make a sleight of hand check for me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that is
wow.
a natural one. That is
Perfect.
All right. As you reach up for it and begin to tuck it into your satchel, you instantly feel eyes burning on the back of your neck. Oi! You there? Go.
Yes.
Put that back. If you ain't gonna buy nothing, get the fuck out of my shop. I've got no truck with thieves. You hear me?
I'm sorry, I was just moving it to see how it felt in my weight.
Back, little girl.
She puts it back with just like the widest little shit-eating grin.
I don't take no disrespect from one of you. Get the fuck out of my shop.
While that was happening,
No.
Metron is going to try and steal at least half of the bolts from the vase.
Oh my god.
Using
Alright.
this whole thing as distraction.
Make a sleight of hand check with advantage.
Nice. Come on.
21.
They swoop away innocently into your satchel before Bildreth even gets a chance to notice.
Okay. And so I took half. Is that what, 10 or 15?
I mean, amongst the total, it was, like 30, 35 bolts. So I'd say that's another 15 or so.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Earthrendeer just kind of looks around at all this, sighs, and brings a water skin up to the counter. Let me guess. 400 gold and a dukedom.
Are you saying this to who?
I'm saying this to Bildreth.
Gotcha. Could you repeat that?
Let me guess. 400 gold and the Duke's daughter's hand in marriage.
He glowers. What the fuck you on about?
How much is the water skin?
Water skin? You can have that for 2 gold.
He sets it down on the counter. Have a good day, sir. Bless your heart. And he is going to walk out. Well, Ismark, I appreciate the warning, but I think you kind of, if anything, understated him. Good lord.
Ismark winces. I'm sorry. He looks around. Is there anyone else who's still perusing the shelves?
Kivo's going to try to take something, but she's also just very angry right now, so she's just going to leave.
All right. Is Amity still there?
No, Amity follows them out.
As Metreon follows Amity and Kiva, and as soon as they're kind of like out of sight of the front of the shop, he opens up the top of his satchel and kind of shows off what he took to Kiva and Amity.
Look at you.
And he'll close the lid on it, the flap on his satchel before like Ismark or anyone else can see it.
Lilison takes one last impudent look around and then comes out. Does she come out in time for to catch the bolt in Metrion's pack?
I would say so.
She just gives Metrion a little nod.
He flashes her a cocky wink and keeps walking with the others.
Well,
Amity wants to whisper to Metrion, you weren't joking about robbing the Ismark and Irina blind, were you?
No, why'd you think I was?
Because you said you were joking?
Oh, sorry. No, I wasn't joking.
Well, that
Ismark
was
winces and
unproductive.
nods. I am sorry. I probably should have given greater notice. I thought that, we're just so used to Biltrath here. I'm sorry you had to leave with hands empty.
He just lives here. You're fine.
I think you gave us quite sufficient notice. It's just that, well...
I think he's just an arsehole.
Yes.
Pretty succinct. Well, we have gotten nothing out of that deal, so I guess that leaves us with the old question. What do we do now?
We need food if we want to leave this place. We don't know how many days.
Actually,
Food will not be a problem. I'm more than glad to do what I can to provide rations for the course of any journeys you might take.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ismark. We should really get back to your manor and discuss, just discuss things from here on out. I think that we all have a lot to talk about.
I
course.
do
Agreed.
agree.
And with that, assuming you follow, Ismark guides you back to the mansion, and slowly making his way through the dreary streets, you leave the softly swinging sign of Bildrat's Mercantile behind as the mist swallows it up, and you find yourselves once more outside of the old, hunched over, torn apart Burgomaster's mansion. The familiar scarring of fire and claws on the outside of the trampled yard. But at least, as you make your way forward, you see Irina peering out from behind a window, and as she sees you pass through the gates, she offers a small smile and a wave, and moves toward the door. And as
Kiva waves back.
As you approach the front entrance, you hear the clicking of the door, and it opens. Irina raises an eyebrow. You don't look like you've purchased too many things.
The prices were a bit steep, love, and we weren't able to find your friend Perry, but we'll make do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I trust Bildrath was Bildrath then.
he is somehow one of the most loathsome human beings I've met.
He can be a bit difficult to get along with. Here, coming out of the cult, I'll see what I can do to make sure that everyone's along again. Come on.
Thank you.
She ushers you inside. And she pauses for a moment. Though that was not the formal invitation. She blinks, offering a bit of an awkward smile. I'm not sure how this works, but you know the drill. And she points through the threshold and shrugs.
I think if we were one of those, y'all would have been dead last night already.
Fair enough. And she just steps back and allows you to proceed inside.
All right. Earthendeer is going to take a seat in sort of the parlor area and attempt to wrangle his hair into something useful, and then looks around at the others. Well, Ismark, Irina, I realize this takes a lot of gall to say in your own house, but could you step out for a moment? There's there are a few things I'd like us to be able to discuss in private before we come to a decision.
They don't have to step out. We can step in. We've got rooms that we can go to. Just give us a little bit, won't you? We'll be down in time for lunch.
Much better idea. And he'll, head upstairs.
Metron kind of shakes his head at Earthendeer and starts to follow.
Ismark opens his mouth like he's about to say something, and then Irina elbows him and rolls her eyes, and Ismark chuckles and nods. Of course, it is not the problem. Please, take all the time you need.
Are the others following, or is it just Earthendeer and Ismark Earthendeer and Metreon for the moment?
Amity, Kiva, Lillison?
Lillison looks at Ismark and Irina. She winces a little bit, and she says, "You are entirely too gracious to us." And then she turns and goes up the stairs.
Amity will follow.
Kiva will follow as well.
All right, together you make your way up the stairs and are able to seclude yourself as you please away from Irina and Ismark. The room is quiet and there's a fire burning in the twin fireplace that joins the two bedrooms. Evidently, it seems that Irina was keeping it well stocked while you were out. And as you do, there's nothing but you and the quiet flickering of embers.
Well, shit.
Yeah, that's about the mood for the day. But, shopping misadventures aside, I've been thinking. From what they've told us about this Strahd guy, or Zanzarovich or whatever, and from what Kiva and Amity and I saw last night, I think anything that puts us on a collision path with that man is dangerous.
Wait, what did you see last night?
Earthendeer will briefly explain the March of the Dead. Yeah, and then there's way too many people to be in those graveyards, which means, and they all looked like outsiders, so take what you can from that.
Yeah, I'm glad I slept through that. So what do we want to do, though? I'm in favor of just getting the hell out of here, but... I mean, Valakai, was it Valakai they said was the most secure settlement C that's nearby. Maybe they'll have more reasonable stockists there, people who will, not try to price gouge us. Can kind of re-up supplies there and try to figure out a way to get the hell out of here. I'm also fine to just go. I don't know.
No, I get you. They've been awful gracious to us. I think, at minimum, we should help them bury their dad before we do anything else, but I don't know. I do see safety in numbers.
Why can't they bury the dead? What?
Because Ismark's dominant emotion is fear.
We're getting too wrapped up in these people.
Look,
Well, they're the reason we're not out on the street.
I tend to agree. I'm not saying we can't get anything out of this bargain, but, he said he would offer us supplies. I'm sure he can offer us some sort of armor or something, like Metreon said there was available. Maybe we can try to milk this for what it's worth and settle down in Valakai, where apparently this Strahd person doesn't have a stranglehold.
That is a point. Having political connections like this would be very good if we are stuck here for a little bit.
I'm not saying we can't, like I said, take what we need, but it makes sense to keep the nicest people on our side for as long as possible.
What politics, though? I mean, there's what? Some asshole who's fucking selling things at a 300% markup. Some bink crying through the neighborhood. I don't even know what the fuck that is about. These two, and then what was it? Some pie woman who's selling those meat pies. There's nothing here. There's nothing. There's no political gain here.
But maybe it could help us get into this next place, or at least maybe the people will be kinder to us in Valakai if they
That
know
was
we're
my
connected.
thought. With how we've been treated here, we've got no guarantee that they're gonna just take to us. You know, if it's a place that's actually got, like, people and not a collection of hollowed out husks, then, you know, maybe we can make something of it. I don't know. I just don't want to walk over there to be told that they don't accept us pointy-eared types and get booted out to the wilderness to have to come back here and beg to be forgiven.
Metron takes a sip of his wineskin and looks over at Amity. And that's the other thing. I mean, Amity, I know you're comfortable just kind of being out there all willy-nilly, but I'm not. And just, if we do this, if we go with him, I can't just be in this, and he points to his face and his hair. I can't be in this all day and night. It's, you know, it kind of wears away on the skin. So, I mean, I don't know, I just don't feel comfortable with it. And if we go to this Valakai place, you know, maybe if it's bigger, maybe they're, you know, maybe a bit more accepting of and he points to Amity and back at himself, our kind.
Fine. The big thing we don't know is whether the mist that Ismark was talking about is still there, or whether we managed to get rid of it. And if it is still there, and we're gonna have to be here for a little while, like you said, then Valaki might be a better place.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I still vote we check out that mist wall once we are kind of firmly ingratiated with these two. But yeah.
Did you all see any mist last night? It's like
saw a shitload of bats.
I didn't see any mist that was discernible from the fog that seems to be everywhere in this place, but it didn't seem like the mist that was around the house before, if that's clear.
Well, maybe we go to the gates. We see if there's still mist, or if there's still that fucking fog or whatever it was. And if it's there, I mean, that kind of sells what they're telling us. You know, it's if we're trapped, we're fucking trapped. We've got to make do.
That's a good idea. It won't take the entire day. We can just go to the gates, and even if they're open, we can just come back and get food.
Do I remember how many hours walk it took from gates to here?
Yes, you would remember that from Barovia itself to the gates, it was around an hour's walk.
Although, to be clear, the mist wasn't gathering behind the gates, right? Or was it?
I mean, last you were there.
I have a note that it was.
Yes, It very much was gathered behind the gates.
I must have missed that. All right. In that case, if it's 2 hours, then yeah, no, that changes things significantly. Hour there, hour back. We can make it back in time for supper. And just, make sure.
If you all wish to go to the gates, then by all means, test out this theory, but I don't know whether any of you had lives you were hoping to go to in Neverwinter, but I suspect that all of you did more than I did. I am rather inclined to believe them when they say that nobody leaves this land, and I don't think that I'm missing out on much. So I think that, personally, at least, my efforts are directed more towards finding out what sort of life is possible here. And if this Valaki place they mentioned is supposed to be more secure, with more people, more of a life that can be led, I think we need to go there. And I think that going there in a larger party would be safer.
I tend to agree with you on that one. I don't have much waiting for me outside of here, but it seems like going to the fortified place is the safest option, and if we're already on the way there, there's no reason that we can't just take Ismark and Irina along with us.
Okay.
Except a big one, it's just a fucking
hold.
vampire.
Yeah, like, not to be blunt, but you're telling me that you two are alright with living your lives here, in the land of fog, apparently wandering undead, and where you probably just went through one of the worst experiences of your life. Instead of, if you're gonna find a new life, you don't have much to get back to, great, whatever. You could do that by the sea. Somewhere
Look,
nice.
I could scream and shout and flay myself open with rage about it all, but it won't change anything, will it? So I might as well just save myself the trouble and the time and just get on with it.
I had the worst experience of my life outside of this place, so I'm fine to do like Lillison says and just maybe resign myself to the fact that this is where I was meant to be. If you guys don't want to agree, that's fine. I'm not forcing you. And I don't think Lillison is either, but look, if there's really no way out of here, shouldn't we make the most of it?
We've been here 3 days and you're giving up. Are you serious?
I'm a bit of an expert in the art.
I don't really feel like it's giving up. I don't. Making the most of a situation is not giving up, it's just adapting to the circumstances that we're in.
Oh, yeah, well, you know what the funny thing about adapting to terrible circumstances is that it makes it very easy to forget that you have the option to leave them. Look,
whoa.
I get it.
Look, it's not an argument. We're not all arguing over whether we're all staying or all leaving, okay? Let's just go check out and see if the mists are gone. And if they are, then some of us can leave and some of us can stay. And if they're not, then, well, there's no discussion at all, right?
Amity, it is an argument, because if these two are insistent that, I'll settle down here in the mist-scraped hellhole, then that is an issue, because we're traveling together. We are relying on them for support and ideas. And if you two have written yourselves off already to go and live a life watching the mists out the window, then that is a problem. I can't tell you.
Go check out the mists. If they are gone, we will go. We will go with you. It's not foolishness to make plans for multiple eventualities.
Fine. Come on. We'll go. 2 hours. You're free to do what the hell you want. I don't care. Metreon, or Amity, whoever, just... I'm gonna go pack. And he will walk out.
Metreon's actually been quiet this whole time, and it's just been sort of observing everybody. But his eyebrows have been kind of raised towards both Lillison and Erthrindir. But when he mentions Amity and Metreon, he'll kind of snap out of that. Yeah. I'll go with you. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to stay here and try to get a map of this place from Ismark. So, if you guys come back and there's a way out, or we need to go further, we're at least prepared for that. And Kiva will go downstairs and go to talk to the siblings.
All right, so Erthrindir and Metreon begin packing their things. Lillison and Amity are staying, I believe.
I don't know what Amity is doing, but Lillison, shaking a little bit, is going to go downstairs, nod in passing to Irina and Ismark, and go back to the kitchen and sort of huddle up next to the stove.
Amity and Truffle are absolutely going with Erthrindir.
Excellent.
All right. With
That's
that,
sinister.
Kiva, if you approach Ismark and Irina, you can see them speaking quiet. You can see them not speaking, but sitting quietly in what was once a probably pretty nice sitting room. There's a bit of furniture that's been torn apart for legs and such. It's just kind of resting on the base of the ground and kind of a half moth-eaten, half disassembled sofa. You can see Ismark is reading a book, and Irina's just kind of sitting on the carpet, her legs tucked up to her chest, staring into the flames of the hearth. As you enter, they look up at you, and as they do, you hear the front door click as Erthrindir, Metron, and Amity. You can hear their footsteps in the foyer. Irina looks up and gives you a nod as you enter.
Hey, we're nipping out for a bit. We, wanted to be... It would help us to have confirmation of what you said about the mist. We don't distrust you. We quite like... You've been very gracious, but kind of for the sake of getting it off of all of our minds, we are gonna go and check that while we still got daylight.
Ismark opens his mouth, and you see he has like this kind of like cracked half-moon spectacles that don't entirely fit him. He kind of pulls them down his nose, takes in a breath, and then closes his mouth again. Sighing, he takes the spectacles off and polishes them slightly with his shirt as he stands. I suppose it would be fruitless to convince you otherwise. I wish that you could take it on faith, but I understand. We haven't known each other long enough, and these are strange circumstances to all of us. If you must go beyond the village, stay on the path. Be wary, be quiet, and don't venture into the woods. All right?
He nods.
Got it.
And kind of stepping forward, he's going to extend a hand. Pardon me. Can I see those glasses for a moment?
Of course. And he kind of holds them out to you. They're just a bit of a hand-me-down.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll work for you. They kind of have to squint through them.
Erthrindir isn't listening. Instead, he's looking down at the grasses and murmuring a little spell. And he is going to cast Mending on the fractured lenses. He's going to cast.
All right. You watch as the rune of the spell shimmers slightly, a thin glow beginning to spring up around the glasses. And as you watch, you can see a small bit of reddish liquid begin to seep from the cracks, an almost iron coppery smell. And as you watch, the edges of the cracks and fractures in the glass seem to form tiny sinews of flesh that slowly begin knitting back together. It's a discomforting sight that sends shudders down your spine, but when it's done, you see the reddish liquid slowly drying until there's little to nothing left. The tiny sinews vanishing back into the material, and the glass is once more whole in your hands.
Erthrindir does like a full body shudder at this, and then kind of pans them back, trying to touch them as little as possible. Here, I've tried to read with cracked ones before. It's no fun. And plus, kinda it mars your face. You want kind of a clearer view.
Ismark accepts them tenderly and kind of looks over them, tries them on, and then glances down at the half-open book in his hand. These are perfect. Thank you. I've never seen it's so clear. Thank you. Magic must be a wonderful gift.
It is. And from one nearsighted man to another, I get it. And he's going to turn. All right. Y'all ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Once they're out on the step, however, he's going to turn to the others and just mouth, "Did you see that?"
Kiva's going to just look like deeply upset because all of these new magic things are just so scary.
What the hell? What the hell?
Metron's jaw is just like clenched right now, and he's just like glaring at Earthendir, but not saying anything. Can we just get on with this? I just want to check this out.
Yeah, no, sorry. Are you all right? You look real tense.
Yeah, I'm just, you casting things, making things look real bad. It's all, just. Can we just go?
Sure. Right. Let's go.
And with that, Earthendir and Metreon, followed by Amity, step out onto the front steps of the mansion and slowly begin making their way through the war-torn yard, out once more onto the misty Barovian street, and leaving the mansion behind in the late morning mist. And as Kiva and Lillison watch them go, that is where we'll pick up after our break.
Hello.
Ooh, radical.
So, with that, thank you all for sticking around for our first half of our stream today. We will be back after a 15-minute break. Until then, do enjoy a few other messages from our D&D community, including a new extra-length episode of our Fireside Chat with Sly Flourish, this week's guest. He is the author of Return of the Lazy DM and the author of the guide Running Curse of Strahd on his website. And our producer, Japlukas, will be speaking with him about his time-saving approach to session prep and his experiences using this method with Curse of Strahd. We'll see you all back here soon.
Welcome to Fireside Chat, a short interlude with weekly features where I, your host Lucas, will be showcasing and interviewing prominent D&D creators. This week, we are talking to Sly Flourish, the author of titles such as The Lazy Dungeon Master and many other fantastic 5th edition supplements, about his lazy DM preparation method to prepare for D&D games quickly and painlessly. You're the inventor of the Lazy Dungeon Master method. What are its key components and why might someone use it?
Yeah, so the Lazy Dungeon Master idea is intended to help people run better D&D games by doing less prep. It originally started off as the idea of just helping people fit prep into their lives, in their very busy lives to begin with, and not lose anything from their game. But through a lot of experience, other people's experiences using it, what we found is that people's games actually get better when they prepare less. That's not a zero-sum game, though, so you can't say, like, well, it gets infinitely better if I do zero prep. Some prep is definitely required for most DMs. There are some DMs who go completely on their own, but most DMs have some amount of prep. So the idea behind the Lazy Dungeon Master and Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master is to prep as little as you need to run the game you need to run, and focus that prep on the things that are going to matter most to the fun of the game.
Could you quickly outline the method for someone who is unfamiliar with your past work?
Sure. So there's in Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master, I have 8 steps. The 8 steps are not all inclusive. So you don't need to use all 8 if you don't need them. They're really 8 things. Like the maximum is kind of around 8, and then you can cut the ones that you don't really need. The 8 steps are: review your characters. Who are the characters and what matters to the characters in the game? Just go over them and figure out who they are. Have a strong start. Start your game off with a bang, and sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, but throw them into the middle of the action early so that you're getting your players' heads out of the real world and their heads into the world you're running. Understand what scenes might occur during your game, like have a very loose outline of like what are the things that I think might happen in this next game. A big one is develop 10 secrets and clues. What are 10 things the characters can learn in the next session of their game? Then we have outline the locations that the characters might visit during this game. What are the set pieces? If you think about it like a play, what are the stages that you're going to have for each of the scenes of the game? What's in the backdrop? Who are the NPCs that they might meet in this game? What monsters might they fight, and what treasure might they acquire? So if you fill out that list, you many people have found that they generally have enough to be able to run a session of a game with that material on hand. And the steps are designed to recognize the fact that the game can go in many different directions. So they're not tied so tightly together that you find you're stuck when the characters all jog left when you expected them to go straight ahead.
What advice would you give a dungeon master who's looking to explore or adjust your method?
I think that making the steps your own is really important. So recognizing the fact that we all have really different ways that we prepare. And while a lot of people have looked at that book and looked at the 8 steps and said, wow, this is so much easier than it was the way I was doing it before, I think it really works best when it's tailored around the DM and the kind of stuff they need. So many DMs that I've talked to have said like, oh, I really like the secrets and clues step, but I don't really use the scene step. Or I tie my monsters and my locations together. I don't have a separate set of locations and a separate set of monsters. Or I don't use the strong start. Each of my games sort of leads into the next, so I don't really have to worry about a strong start. So tailoring it for what you need is really the easiest way to kind of get involved. And then reviewing it regularly, like looking at the process. I think studying our process, and I do it, like the steps between the original Lazy Dungeon Master and Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master are very different, because after time I saw how are these things getting used? How do they work for me? And what's the reality of how I'm prepping my game now?
What are the major things to think about when using the Lazy Dungeon Master method in a pre-prepared module like Curse of Strahd?
There are certain steps that are handled for you when you're running a published adventure that you don't, so you don't need to spend as much time on them than if you're running your own adventure or your own campaign world. A couple of the big ones are, generally speaking, locations are handled for you ahead of time. So you might just jot down the name of a location, but you don't have to go hunt down for a map. You don't have to fill out the locations to make sure that there's things in rooms that the characters will figure out. So there's a lot of things you can skip there. You can generally skip the monster step because, again, the monsters are in the module, so you're in the adventure, so you know what kind of monsters you're generally going to face. You don't have to prepare those ahead of time. Treasure is the same way. NPCs is the same way. I do find that reviewing the characters, having a strong start, and having 10 secrets and clues that the characters can discover in the next game are still really useful for a published adventure. That those 3 steps in particular, I think, when I've run published adventures and when I ran Curse of Strahd, those 3 steps really helped me run a published adventure. But the other 5 steps, I didn't need quite as much.
What are the major benefits or drawbacks that the Lazy Dungeon Master method offers to Curse of Strahd specifically, due to its sandbox-like nature?
I think that Curse of Strahd, in my experience and in talking with others, Curse of Strahd runs best when it's a dynamic situation. So particularly because you have a villain who's very dynamic. Strahd doesn't just hang out at his castle, drinking wine or drinking blood, waiting for the characters to show up and fight him. He's doing things, right? And he's watching the characters and he's seeing what they're up to. And there's a lot of locations in the hardback version of Curse of Strahd, a lot of locations that are sort of outside of his view. So one feature that works well with the steps from Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master is that it supports a dynamic campaign. It allows for a fair bit of change from session to session. So I think that there's a big advantage in following steps that help you work with a very dynamic situation. There's also a lot of really interesting lore that you would either sort of just dump on your characters all at once, or you can feed out in small bits through things like secrets and clues. That's one of the advantages that secrets and clues has. Is instead of doing like massive world building, you're really just saying, what are specific things that the characters can learn? And there's a lot of really interesting things about how Strahd got there and what he's looking for and what was here before and what's going on with all the craziness in the Amber Temple. There's all these little bits that you can drop in piece by piece as the characters are exploring the adventure.
How have you successfully used the lazy dungeon master method in your own Curse of Strahd games?
In my games, the things that I really loved were, I'll give two kind of examples, and they're all both about Strahd. I really love how his opinions of the characters changes throughout the game. So he starts off by like bringing them into Barovia because he's bored and he wants to just bring in some variables into his world to just let the world change a little bit, right? Like let's bring these adventurers in here and let's drop them in and let's see what happens, right? And he starts off very curious and he watches them. One of the things I do is I always have Strahd show up in the first battle, right? He'll be like in there as a dire wolf or whatever in the background, kind of watching a bunch of wolves attack the characters just to be like, what are these guys like? And, you know, it was really fun when one of the players figured out, oh my God, Strahd is that wolf over there, right? And we're level 1. So, and he's not going to kill him because he just wants to see what they can do. But throughout, I always had him sort of show up and he would he was very curious about them and he really wanted to see what they were made of. And then there's a point where he realizes, oh my God, these guys are more powerful than me. And I'm not curious about them. Now I'm afraid of them. And that's when there's like this switch in the game. And now he's throwing minions at them and he's hurling bad guys at them. And then there's a point where he's like, you know what? Maybe my best bet is to sort of get them on my side. And he invites him to dinner. And the dinner, both of my games, I had the dinner with Strahd was one of my most memorable D&D moments. And my favorite one was he invited the group there and he's explaining to them that like, look, here's the deal. You want to get out of here and I can get you out of here. I only need 2 things in return. One, you need to just leave. Right? You can't, you know, we'll call a truce. I won't send anybody after you. You don't send anybody after me. You leave. But Irina stays with me. And Irina kind of looks to the characters and she's like, if no one else has to die and all I have to do is stay with Strahd, maybe my sacrifice is worth it. And she leaves it up to the characters to decide, is it worth it? And I remember like the characters are all like, I don't know, this sounds like a pretty good deal, right? Like we're tired of this place and we're tired of fighting his guys. And like, all we have to do is say yes and it's over. And then one of the players is like, wait a minute, this is Strahd. No way, right? Like, and then it immediately turned into like the bar scene from Inglourious Bastards where like it just turns into war during dinner and vampires come pouring out of the walls and half the guests are vampires and the other half of the players. And it just turned into this massive bloodbath and Strahd is there. And he fights for a while and then he leaves, you know, and it was just these awesome dynamic events that start off with these like cool calculated conversations that just about get the players to decide, you know what, maybe we'll agree with Strahd until they go, wait a minute, we're dealing with the devil, almost literally. No. And then the big fight ensues. So I really enjoyed that aspect of his changing character throughout. And the way that sort of fits with the Lazy Dungeon Master style is the style expects that every session is going to be changing from the next. So you're not planning out the next 5 sessions. You're only worried about the one you're going to run next. And then from what happens there, that leads to the next one, and that leads to the next one. And that worked really well in both games, in both of the campaigns I ran.
Do you have any projects you're working on that you could share with us?
I'm always working on stuff for my Patreon, patreon.com/slyflourish, and I've started adding some new sort of Lazy Dungeon Master style material over there, including one-page adventure generators. These are sort of lists of random tables around a specific type of adventure, like Seven Samurai or Jaws or Heart of Darkness, that help DMs build their own adventures quickly and easily. And then the other thing I'm putting over there are things called Sly Flourish's Uncovered Secrets, which are like one-page guidelines to help make running D&D a little bit easier. So I'm adding about one of each of those a month onto my Patreon. The other thing I'm working on is I'm working on a book now with Scott Fitzgerald Gray and James Intercasso called Fantastic Layers. We had a Kickstarter that we ran a couple of months ago, and the Kickstarter did very well. So we're going to have 23 layers from levels 1 to 20. These are sort of short boss focus encounters that you can drop into your D&D game anywhere that you need. And we expect that that'll be done before the end of the year.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk about your Lazy Dungeon Master prep method.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Before we get started, we just have a few quick announcements to get out of the way. First off, a quick shout out to our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor for this campaign, Foundry VTT. They have been excellent to us, excellent virtual tabletop if you are running D&D online, and they are continually adding new features. We are very excited to see what's coming up, and I definitely encourage you guys to check them out. With that, Twy, you just had some quick reminders, I think?
Yep. As it is my job to remind you all of the glories that come with subscribing of us on Twitch. Since we've just hit Twitch affiliate, and thank you very much for that, we would not be here without our community. We actually have things like subscribers and emotes, of which we have some lovely ones. Perkins Face, the Eternal, Doru, also Eternal, and possibly appearing in this episode, and Truffle, who I'm very glad didn't die, because otherwise that would have been a very awkward subslot. But yeah, so you can either subscribe for a discount during this month of September for only $4 for your first month of subscription, or you can get in with that sweet, sweet Amazon Prime. If you're not using it for anything else, then we would appreciate it quite a bit. Although I will reiterate that at the moment, all of the funds are going directly back into the stream itself. This is not a for-profit. And with that, Serena?
Hello, hello. Just reminding you again of our Twice Bitten audience survey at tinyurl.com/twicebittenpoll. As I said earlier, we are surveying our current audience to find out where, how, and why you watch Twice Bitten, plus how you'd prefer to engage with it. Please take the 1 to 2 minutes to fill out the survey, and a big thank you to everyone who is able and to the dozens of people who have already filled it out. As always, you can follow us at our socials, which are below the actual stream itself and these lovely little buttons that Jack made. And you can submit artwork, ad idea, memes, and whatever else you'd like to within reason to our email, twicebittencos@gmail.com. And just remember to submit everything that you post somewhere else to the email, even if you've already sent it in the Discord or on Twitter. And there is a new Deadpool that will be reopened for the remainder of the announcements, and then it will be closed again so that you will not be able to vote on it.
All right, so yes, thank you, Serena, and yes, everyone, if you can head over to tinyurl.com/twicebittenpoll. We want to do everything we can to make the show as best we can for you guys, see how we can best help you enjoy it, and see what you're liking about it and where you like to watch, so we can make sure we're, doing what we can to reach out to you guys and, make this as a fun experience for all of you as we can. So thank you to everyone who's watching. We love you guys so much. We really appreciate your support, and you guys are awesome. So with that, I think that's everything we had. Thank you all for sticking around through our break, and let's dive right back into Twice Bitten. So with that, the three of you step your way outside of the manor of Ismark and Irina, finding yourselves once more on the dreary streets of the village of Barovia. The mist curls around the muddy avenues. Overhead, the gray sky, overcast, gives not a hint of light or anything that might lie beyond. Overhead, the dark spires of Castle Ravenloft thrust into the sky above. The village is quiet and empty. Are you continuing onward toward the eastern road out of the village?
That's the idea.
Yeah, I think we're going down the path that we came up to the city, right?
Yep. After what Ismark said, Erthrendir is not keen on going off-road.
Absolutely.
All right. With that, you gather yourselves and make your way off of the main step of the manor. Begin making your way into the street once more, heading north. And as you do, Erthrendir, you notice something moving out of the corner of your eye down one of the alleyways nearby.
What is
It's like a whirl of something bright red around one of the corners of the alleys that then vanishes out of sight.
Okay. Earthrendir gives a look at the others and murmurs, "Hey, just a heads up, we may or may not be being followed."
Well, what did you say?
Something red. Couldn't get much more, it was too fast.
Well, right.
Just be on guard, I guess. Take this useless information how you will.
yeah, let's just keep moving. Stop trying to freak me out.
I'm not...
Let's get away from all these buildings.
Agreed. I'll have a hard time on the path. And yeah, Earthendeer will kind of redouble his pace, kind of helping Amity if she wants it.
All right, you continue forward on the path of the village, passing by that alleyway and continuing on. You reach the main central square of Barovia and turn right, leaving behind Vildrath's Mercantile and the small bit of light that seeps from the interior of the Blood of the Vine Tavern.
Earthendeer is going to look back a few times at odd moments to see if he can catch whoever this is, kind of when they're not expecting it.
Make a perception check.
All right.
With advantage.
Ooh, nat 20! 21.
All right. You pass by the Blood of the Vine Tavern and Vildrath's Mercantile. You continue onward for a few houses, and as you do, you glance to the right, and you immediately and sharply notice the same flash of crimson red that you saw before. This time, however, you see that it's attached to something more. You can see intricately worked red tunic, bright, almost garishly colored red cloak around a person's shoulders, long tresses of black hair, and tight black goatee that's overshadowed by the darkness of the alleyway. You can see dark brown eyes staring at you from amidst the alleyway. You see there a man wearing this finely decorated tunic, this reddish robe, glaring at you. And you can, with that perception check, you kind of like glance at her for a second, and you don't think he noticed that you were looking for him. But you can very clearly see him lurking there at the end of the alleyway, watching you go by. You recognize the red of his cloak.
Does he look armed?
Given your perception check, you can see that he does appear to have a scimitar hanging from his side, strapped to his belt.
Okay. Earthrendeer is going to, again, keeping his voice low, murmurs, "One person, armed, looks rich, has been following us the entire length of the village."
Rich. No, let's just keep our heads down, keep moving.
But, yeah, he can't do it on the open road. He'll have to go into the trees. And if he does at that point, then we know damn well he's a bandit or something. And, well, if he tries anything, then, well, we'll show him what we can do.
Yeah. Fair point. Amity, you good there? You need some help moving along?
I'm good. We could always just turn around and tell him we see him.
Then we'll just run. Or,
That's what we want, right? For him to run away.
Yeah, but it makes us hard for us to figure out what he's doing if he, knows we're onto him. You gotta kind of think about it from his perspective. And, I'm kind of curious who on earth would be following us. But it is a good idea.
All right, let's just keep going then.
All right. Yeah, I guess we do.
All right, with that, you can continue forward. And soon enough, you find yourselves leaving the village behind and making your way once more on the road ahead. This time heading east in the same way that you once arrived. As you pass beyond the edges of town, Erthrendir, you see another flicker of movement. And from the very edge of the village, cloaked in softly drifting mists and glowering from the darkness of the furthermost alley, you see the man again, watching you go, a soft, humorless smirk upon his face. And as soon as your gaze turns toward him, he ducks back into the alley, receding out of sight.
Well, he knows about us. Good news is, it doesn't seem like he's following us.
Well, maybe he knows about us, but maybe we can, I don't know, keep the upper hand if he doesn't know that we know about him.
That's a point. He might not know that we know that he Earthen just kind of stops mid-sentence. I'm a stop before I get tongue-tied.
Yeah, let's just keep our heads down.
Fair.
And Metron kind of pulls his hood up a little bit over, pulls it up further over his head and keeps walking.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we're heading back into the wilderness.
All right. And as you make your way upon the road once more, Kiva, I believe you made your way downstairs as Erthrendir and the other two left. And I believe you were looking to do something.
Yes, Kiva was looking to talk to Ismark and Irina once the others had gone.
Yes, you can see them once more in the small butchered sitting room. Ismark reading his book, Irina sitting by the fire and looking into the flames. Occasionally Ismark, taking off his glasses and inspecting them with some minor wonderment before putting them back on the bridge of his nose and returning to his reading. They hear your footsteps approaching and glance up. Oh, you did not go with your friends, Miss Kiva.
No, I didn't really feel, I have a feeling I know what they're... I'm not really sure I want to be reminded of the fact that we are stuck here.
He nods. I see it. That is fair. I do not begrudge you for thinking that you'll know what they might find. It is, well, in Barovia these things can be difficult to escape. But regardless, is there something that we can do for you? Would you like to take a seat? It's not much, but the fire is warm and, well, I don't know how good I am for conversation, but is there anything that we can do for you?
So Kiva will take a seat, sort of keeping her distance from Irina, but also trying to get close to the fire. And then she'll look over to Ismark, sort of very businesslike, and say, so I think my friend Lillison and I are more keen to take you up on your offer than the other three are, at least for the moment. I suppose I was wondering, and not to be too crass, what you could do to help us on that journey.
Is there something in particular?
Well, maps for a start, provisions, any sort of armor or additional weaponry that you might have. I'm sure you know, but very obvious to me that the safer we are, the better we'll be. And so anything that you have to spare for us would be greatly appreciated.
He nods, scratching his chin. That is, well, rations, if nothing else, is not difficult to provide. That we have in spades. We are more than happy to accommodate whatever you might need for the journey. Beyond that, regarding weapons, there is unfortunately not much. I have my sword here. I have my... You might have seen my crossbow. I do what I can to keep myself safe, but I am afraid that we do not have an armory, one might say. I am sorry. And regarding maps, that would be... I am afraid that, and I am so sorry to continue saying that I cannot help, but a map would be beyond my by my means. I am afraid. I do not know anyone in the village who might have such a thing. I am very sorry.
Have you left the village of Barovia yourself?
That is well. Once upon occasion, I was much younger. My father took me to Wallaki. It was a short visit, as far as I can tell. It was for business purposes of a manner or fashion. I was quite young, though, and I do not recall what happened.
So you wouldn't
It
happen
attracted me
to...
the village or the town. I'm sorry?
You wouldn't happen to be able to draw even a crude map of the roads that we should be following or paths to avoid, something like that?
Frowns. I'm sure that in Wallaki there must be hunters and trappers and such that might have a better idea of the lay of the land. I have heard that there might be other noble houses in Wallaki that might have libraries of knowledge and such that might contain such a thing. I don't know myself. I do note that, basic landmarks. There is, the road that goes to Vallaki. You follow it. It goes by the path. I know that there are signposts along the way to point one in the proper direction. The only branch I can think of is that there is, at one point, my father told me a point where the road splits. One path going west toward Wallaki, the other east. That one is decorated with more cobblestone. You do not want to take the eastern road. Avoid it at all costs.
Okay, so don't take the eastern road.
But that is after you cross. There is a bridge, I think, over Sayre Falls, and eventually you will get to Vallaki, which lies in the heart of the valley. And that the town itself, it has high walls. It is guarded. It is a much larger settlement than our little Barovia, so it should be difficult to miss. The road takes one straight there.
So on this journey, if we were to take it, and I'm not confirming anything yet, unfortunately, but where would we be taking your sister, and would you be accompanying us, or would you stay behind? I'm not exactly sure what you were intending.
Of course. Forgive me for not clarifying. The idea that I have had is I have wanted to take my sister there. I have told you that the village here is not safe for her. Beyond that, I would only ask for your services in bringing her to the town itself. I am sure that I might be able to put her up somewhere, find some way of keeping us housed, and, well, he kind of pauses for a moment and chuckles and glances over at Irina. She has always been a better planner than me, but right now my goal is getting her there. And yes, I would be accompanying you and her to make sure that you arrive there safely. He nods at the long sword at his hip. I have not the mighty magic of others that have come to the valley before, but I do what I can.
Well, it certainly makes me feel better knowing that you would be coming with us. Is there anything else that you think might be helpful for us to know about the journey there, or people to avoid? Are these hunters and trappers generally people that can be trusted for assistance, or should we try to avoid everyone until we get there?
I would caution you from being too trusting of those you meet on the roads. I am sure that there are those that wander it in good faith, but, well, I have mentioned the wolves and the dire wolves and, well, werewolves themselves. They can look like a man or a wolf, so be cautious of those you meet. And especially in the case that they might be a vampire.
Right, of course. So these werewolves, are they also on the path leading into the village?
They roam all across the land of Barovia. That is part of why I had such trepidation when your friends said they wanted to depart on their own. The forests can be quite haunted with wolves sometimes, and on occasion those wolves can be werewolves. It is my hope that that they will not encounter them. It is under cover of day and not night, and it is quite rare that they journey this far into the eastern side of the valley. But you will find that the roads are never free from danger, my friend, especially if you are traveling alone.
Well, then I suppose the only thing I have left to ask for is your good thoughts and keeping the rest of my group safe.
That will not be a problem. I am a bastion of good thoughts. Ask my sister. Irina rolls her eyes and just doesn't respond, but there's a small bit of a smirk on her face. She turns back to the fire.
I suppose I have one more thing. In escaping that house, some of our clothes were pretty torn up. If you have anything to spare for any of us, I think it would be much appreciated in dealing with the journey, knowing that we're at least covered from the elements in that way. And she sort of gestures to her very, very ripped and bloody tunic that's like scraps underneath her leather armor.
Ismark blinks and kind of jumps. Oh, yes, I am sorry. He kind of looks over at his broad shoulders a bit sheepishly. I don't know if your friends might be able to... And Irina cuts in, kind of standing up and turning away from the fire. Here, it's not a problem. I think that I have some things that might fit. We seem of a similar size. I can see what I can put aside for Lilithin and Amity when she gets back. I don't know, I don't have much, but whatever I can do to help, it's not a problem.
I wouldn't want to put you out, obviously, but just a shirt, I think, would help.
Irina nods. Here, come on. And she takes your hand and pulls you toward the stairs very gently. If you'd like, I can see what you might like now.
Sure. Yes, that sounds lovely.
All right, and she leads you upstairs, and if you'd like, you can pick out a shirt that you might borrow from her.
Yeah, she'll do that. I'm not going to take everyone's time with me simping over Irina in chat.
Fair enough. So, is there anything Lilithin is doing back at the house in the meantime, or is she just waiting while Kiva and the others do their thing?
Lilithin has been sitting next to the fireplace in the kitchen. She has brought out the book that she had been reading over around the campfire all that time ago during episode 1. And she is frowning fiercely and scratching her thoughts into a fresh page. In her bag nearby is also a ball of yarn and some short sock needles stuck into it. Every so often she is bringing that out, petting the yarn a little bit, and putting it back in.
All right, and with that, the time passes quietly as you continue with your writings, and the house itself seems secure and peaceful as best as can be gathered. All right, with that, as Kiva continues and Lilithin takes her time to herself, Earthrendir, Amity, and Metreon.
Yep.
You find yourselves
Heyo.
slowly traveling on the road outside of Barovia, slowly making your way in the place beyond. As you do upon the road that cuts out of the village, you can see in the distance the ribbon of clear blue, the river that cuts through the valley to your right-hand side. And slowly, you continue your way across the dark green fields on the corners, on the edges of the valley. You can see the dark forests rising up against the cliffs, vanishing into the mist that softly flows over the edges of the mountainsides. And in the distance, slowly receding as you make your way forward, the dark castle of the dark castle of Ravenloft, towering above the village. ever present and impossible to leave behind entirely. You travel for 15 minutes, a half hour. Before long, you find yourselves at the border to the woods once more. Taking a glance over your shoulders, you continue forward into the woods and vanish as they come forward around you. The trees, gnarled branches coming around and curling into you as they clutch at your sides. Slowly, you make your way forward, passing between the dark, gnarled branches of the trees. And slowly, with each step through the mud and the dirt and the dark, you feel yourselves growing deeper, falling into the gloom and shadows that lurk. You hear in the distance the sound of a bird cawing, the soft rustling of the trees as you make your way between their dead branches. Slowly, as you proceed forward, you can see a familiar shape beginning to take form. Thin mists parting as the tree line expands, and you can see beyond it the familiar and awe-inspiring gates of Barovia. Looking out over them, you can see the familiar looks of the twin statues standing there silently, the sentinels unmoving, their heads discarded upon the ground. You can see the old metal fence rusted with the gate blocking the way forward as the road ends. And end it does. On the other side of the gates, you can see nothing. Not a glimpse of the road, not even the forest. The trees beyond the wall of the gate swallowed up behind its fortifications and buttresses. There is only the mist swirling quietly, waiting.
Metrion's stomach sinks when he sees that mist. He starts to hang his head and shake it a bit. What I said then?
Amity opens the gate.
No, what are you doing? Get over here.
I'm just making sure.
No, you see it. It's right fucking there. Get over here. Come on. Don't be stupid.
I'm not gonna try to go through it. I just wanted to see if it's the same.
It's the same, love. It's the fucking same.
I have to make sure.
You were gonna walk through it again to make sure?
I'm just gonna dip into it. Okay?
I'm not letting you.
You can hold on to me.
No, we're not go. Amity, you're a smart kid. This is not whatever's going on in your head that makes you think that you going through there now is going to be any different from what you experienced back there at that house.
Last time I really tried to go through it. I tried to get as far away as possible. I just wanted to go a few feet in, just see if it feels the same way.
Metron sucks on his fangs a bit. You'd see his forked tongue kind of like working in his mouth and just like trying to hold back his words and choose them carefully. You do that, and you know what's going to happen. I'm not going to stop you. I tried to say something. I tried to do something good for you. Fuck it. Go in there. Go. Just go. Come on. A few feet. Nothing. It's not going to be a bother. Come on, go.
Amity looks at him a little concerned, but she's gonna dip into the mist just a few feet. Does it like smell the same?
You take a quick step in, just ducking in for a second or two, and you take a breath inhaling the fog, and immediately you start to sputter and cough. You feel yourself choking, almost as though the fog has turned corporeal and your throat is beginning to drift down into your stomach. You feel cold on every side, suddenly feeling yourself shivering. And
Yeah,
you
I'm
see
out of there.
faces twisting in the fog, and as you step out, the sensation vanishes.
Amity coughs a few times and then looks down, her finally sinking to her knees. Yeah, it's the same.
No, can we go now?
1 minute.
J-
I'm not walking in there. Just give me a second, please. And he's going to kind of step past Amity, almost ignoring her, and step up to the wall. Is it like a completely flat line, like horizon to horizon?
Looking into it, I mean, what do you mean the fog itself? Like as
Yeah,
peering
like
through the gates?
the wall itself, yeah.
I mean, looking through the gates, the fog seems very similar to what you saw on the balcony of the Durst house. Just a thick pane of fog that just fills the entirety of the opposite side of the gate.
Okay. He's going to turn back to the others and sigh. Well, unless we get some sort of very sophisticated breathing equipment, I don't think we're getting through that. I mean, I guess we could try and devise that, but I doubt this place has either the magicians nor the artificers to put together that, so I think for the moment we are, as the kids say, a bit fucked.
Metron looks down at Truffle and just like shrugs his shoulders in disbelief. Can you believe these fucks?
Alright, well, in that case, we've gotten what we needed. He kind of... What the hell would do this, though? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't... Just a big wall of magic death fog gating off an entire country. What's the point? Who stands to gain?
It's like the house, right? It's the same exact thing. So, I guess I won't. I don't want to bring this up in front of the others yet, given how they reacted. But what I think we might have. Where's the basement of this place?
I don't know.
You mean
Like-
like what is like the worst part of it? What's where the mist is coming from?
If
That's a
it's
good
an
question.
analogy between the house and the whole place.
Then where do we go to meet up on that altar again?
I don't want to be inside a big analogy for that house.
Me neither, darling. I want literally nothing less.
That's the smartest thing you both have done all day. So let's just get back in here. And you've already seen like Metreon starting to kind of inch back towards the gates. Let's just get back on the road, all right? It's starting to get dark.
Right, shit. We don't want to be caught out. Fine. And before he does, he kind of starts and then pulls the sending stone from his pocket, or from around his neck. And concentrating on it, he's going to close his eyes and then shoot his eyes open. Oh, fuck. I told her I loved her last time. God damn it! Ah, the shit you say when you think you're about to die. Alright. Hey, Myrrel. Stuck in a really big problem. If you could start researching any source of big walls of fog, get back to me. Quick. Thanks. Earthrendeer. And then lets the stone drop. Well,
As you do, there's a moment. And then you hear, in the darkness, a distant, dark laughter. a man's laughter that echoes in the back corners of your mind and then slowly fades into nothingness.
What the fuck? He looks at the others. Did you hear that?
Did we hear that?
You did not. Earthrendir heard it as if a reply from the stone.
No. What'd you hear?
There was somebody laughing. A man's voice on the other end. Oh god, I swear, if somebody took that from her, I am going to rip out their eyeballs and feed them to a goddamn pig.
Truffle snorts.
Maybe even you, if you're fond of eyeballs. I'm honestly kind of coming around on that whole aspect. But you didn't hear it? That was through the Sending Stone?
Correct, they did not hear it.
Yeah, Amity shakes her head.
He looks momentarily embarrassed. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I didn't mean to make y'all hear all that. That was unneeded. I will refrain.
You get real upset for a half elf, you know that? Or
Well,
a full elf, a high elf, whatever you fucking.
Nah, I've been mistaken. And what, are you expecting a mask of glacial tranquility, only broken by the occasional poem and riddle about nature?
No, it's just I've seen this before. Anyway, let's get a move on, yeah?
You can't just, sure, but... And he'll start walking, but what do you mean you've seen this before?
No, I mean, everyone thinks that elves is just these 1,000-year-old emotionless things, ain't capable of doing nobody no harm, screaming, fitting, and all that like humans, looking down on humans to do those things. But yeah, elves is just the same as anyone else.
Well, I mean, you're half right. It's kind of, honestly, it's less like any difference in biology and more just circumstances. Like, we're not predisposed to be introverted or whatever. It's just kind of how we end up living because we're magical and live a real long time kind of predisposes us towards those things.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look down on us mortal folk, and it's just like they're going to be dead in a couple decades anyway. It's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing to us. You live your lives, and watch us all live and die, and nothing ever changes for you.
Yeah, not for most people, no. Guess that's why I'm a bit different.
Sure, you are. Sure.
You have an odd way of being supportive and condescending simultaneously, Metreon.
It's a gift.
It genuinely kinda is. And also, I'm sorry about sniping at you about the wine. We all have our vices. That was deeply unkind.
Yeah. And hearing the wolves, Metreon starts to look around. Does he see anything like patrolling or looking at us, or like anything that's in our vicinity?
Make a perception check.
3.
The howls seem to echo, as if somewhat distorted by distance. As far as you can tell, whatever it is far away. You can't glean exactly which direction, but it seems as though, rather than muffling it, it seems to drift across the fog and the mist through the trees. And then it fades slowly away in the distance into nothingness.
I look down at Truffle and say, Oi, get in between us. Keep up.
Good point.
Yeah, Amity sort of gestures to Truffle. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did not go through that shit in that house, so you would die to be a dog's meal. Get moving, little guy.
All right. And with that, are you heading back to Barovia?
Yep.
Yes.
Yup.
As quickly as we can.
Where else?
All right. You move briskly across the road. leaving the headless, watchful guardians behind, the wall of mist and fog silently swirling patiently beyond the rusted gates. And before long, as you turn a corner, the forest pulls up around you and swallows up the sight until there's nothing left of the gates to see. In Barovia. Lillison,
Yes.
where are you sitting as you are going through your journal?
In the kitchen, as close to the cooking fire as possible, with her back to a wall, but if possible, also with an eye towards the front door.
Of course. As you do so, resting there and taking time to yourself, you hear from the outside of a nearby window a rustle and a sudden clattering sound echoing from the opposite side of the road.
Lillison will freeze for a moment, then take the time to wrap her book back up and put it in her bag before slowly standing up and peeking out.
All right, you can see on the opposite side of the road a hollow wooden barrel rolling gently into the street before coming up against a muddy patch and stopping in the sludge. And as you watch it, you see quickly darting back into the shadows of the alleyway there, gaunt man wearing a dark black goatee and a bright red cloak inset with intricate patterns. You watch his lips move as though uttering a curse, and then he vanishes around the corner of the alleyway out of sight.
Lillison is going to first make sure that all of her stuff is together, then pick up her bag and go towards the sitting room where I guess it's only Ismark now.
At this point, Irina has returned, but she seems to be doing something elsewhere in the house. So yes, it is just Ismark.
And Lillison is going to say, "Do you have people lurking about the village often?"
Ismark frowns, moving up to adjust his glasses. No, I cannot say that we do. Why? Is there something wrong?
Something wrong, I'm not certain. It's just that just now I saw somebody who was lurking in a most suspicious manner. I don't think he... most amateur of him, really.
What did he look like?
Gaunt figure of a man, black goatee, red cloak with good bit of stitching on it. A barrel seems to have fallen from somewhere, and he ducked into an alleyway in a most conspicuous manner after that.
He mutters a curse and stands up, removing his glasses. Damn it. Bright colors, you said, and patterns?
Yes, do you know who that was?
He shakes his head. Irina! Keep an eye on the house. I'm going to take a look around. He glances at you. From what you've described of me, that is one of the Vistani. They are dangerous. If one of them is watching the house, then... well, they are no friends of mine.
What exactly are they?
The only thing you need to know is that the Vistani serve the devil. They work for Strahd. And if one of them is watching our house, then I wish to see that he does not continue it any longer.
Are you certain that you going out now by yourself will actually solve this problem?
He pauses for a moment and then winces. Perhaps... I just wanted to take a look around to make sure that if there is one of those scoundrels out there that they are not lurking where they are not meant to be. I don't believe that I would be at any risk from such a one, but if it will please you, I will just take a look outside from the road. I won't go too far from the house. Just keep a lookout for me, all right? Listen for anything around the house.
I'm certain that I don't need to caution you about being careful, but a thought just occurred to me. If they are in fact spying, would it not be better to feed them false information about our intentions?
He raises an eyebrow. What do you mean by that?
Well, presumably if they're here and trying to gather information, well, you surely don't want the fact that you are planning a journey out of this village and towards Vallaki to be known. Why not behave conspicuously as if you intended to do something else? Perhaps put up many more reinforcements around the windows, or something that will make it look as if you plan to barricade yourselves here for a long time and then at some point slip away and have them all herring off in the wrong direction.
Bismarck blinks. That is... I like how you think. You have all right. Let us see what we can do. Do you mind giving me a hand then?
Yes, to the extent that I can assist.
He smiles. Not a problem. Here, I will show you how you can reinforce barricaded windows. And as he walks away, you hear him chuckling. I like how this one thinks. Fooling a vampire, huh? And he proceeds to show you how to put together for extra fortifications as best he can.
Okay. Lillison will surreptitiously use Mage Hand whenever it will be convenient, but tries to not let Ismark see the skeletal hand because it's kind of creepy.
That's fair. And I'd say that's pretty doable. You spend the better part of an hour or so putting up additional fortifications. At one point or another, you think you catch another glimpse of the brightly cloaked man's glower from another alleyway watching, and you feel that he's noticed pretty securely the additional defenses that you're putting up.
Excellent.
All right. And with that, for our travelers on the road, a few minutes pass as you make your way beyond the edge of the trees, making your way beyond and once more into the valley as you descend the forest. And slowly but surely you can see the shadow of the village coming into view once more beneath the castle.
Metrion's pace starts to quicken as much as it can without completely abandoning Amity and Truffle and Earthendeer. But yeah, he's excited to get back into civilization, or whatever resembles that in Barovia.
Yeah, no, Earthendeer will be the same.
And continuing together without over much trouble, you're able to broach the border of the village, leaving the forest road behind, and slowly make your way through the town. Before long, the old mansion coming into view once more.
Do we see Lillison and Ismark outside putting up reinforcements, or do we even
You
see
do not. By this point, they would have finished. You do notice that... actually, none of you have passive perceptions above really anything. I would say that Amity at most probably notices that there are a few extra boards on one of the windows, but beyond that, you don't notice anything extremely out of the ordinary.
That's fair.
Oh, thank goodness. I am glad to get back after all that talk they did about the Walking Dead. I have no intention of staying out in the woods longer than, well, any time, period.
Yeah, I'm a city boy myself, but yeah,
Same. What about you, Amity?
Not like a big city, more of a village, but yeah, I'm glad to be back. And Metrion, just to be sure about this, Ismark and Irina are like good people, so don't rob them blind. At least ask for something first.
Yeah, honestly, these types do seem like they would give you the clothes off their back.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I didn't find any silverware anyway, so.
That's what
He
you're up to.
slaps herself in the head with her.
I thought you were just, never mind.
And yeah, we go.
All right, with that, you make your way upward and into the mansion once more. Arena opening the door as you enter and recognizing you, allowing you in with the proper precautions. And you find yourselves once more on the interior of the Burgomaster's Manor.
It is good to be back. How is everyone else doing?
Once Kiva hears the door opening, she runs downstairs to make sure that everyone is okay and just looks so genuinely relieved that everyone's all right.
Hey, Kiva.
Is it a new tunic?
Oh, mine was a little torn, so Irina let me borrow one of hers.
Oh.
Very kind. Yeah, no, it looks nice on you. Good shout.
Lillison will poke her head out, smile and make a little wave at everybody, but then catch Erthrindir's eye and sort of make a little motion with her head, sort of beckoning him over.
Erthrindir sighs and makes his way into the makes his way to her. Evening.
You know, I wish I could say that I spent this entire time coming up with scathing, witty remarks to say to you when you inevitably came back.
Honestly, I figured you came up with them on the spot. You seemed like more of the improvisational type.
Well, I could say I told you so, or now it's time to catch up with the rest of us in our planning, but honestly, I think we have something more pressing to consider now.
What's going on?
There was a spy that Ismark confirmed is a spy for that big lord in the castle.
The man in red?
Oh, did you see him?
Yep, he was following us out of the village.
Well, we are trying to mislead him. We put up more fortifications around the window as if we meant to barricade ourselves here so that after we leave, because we have to leave now that they know that we're here, after we leave, they hopefully will be sending their forces to attack an empty house.
Good grief. So he's got spies. Lovely.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me all that much.
I mean, me neither, but just, seeing evidence is unpleasant. But that's a very, very good idea. All right, so I take it we are consigned to going with them at this point. Frankly, I don't want to take the chances without. And given that the mists are impenetrable and horizon spanning, I don't really want to mess with that either. Unless you have a spell that can function as a rebreather for however long we need to get out of here.
Honestly, and Lillison takes a sort of little self-conscious step back from Erthrindir. I really have only the exact opposite.
Combat magic. Hey, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
It's not exactly that. But look, I'm glad that all of you did go to check out the mists. I really am. We all need information more than anything else.
Exactly.
And I know that you have a tendency to cloak yourself in exasperation for a defense against the world. And I should be more understanding of that.
He blinks. I don't follow.
Okay. Alright then. That's a broad... Forget it. But yeah, no, I agree with your foundational point, at least. We need information, and we need to get out of here.
And we are, all of us, in this together. I intend to support, with all of the faculties at my disposal, anything that might mean that we might be able to get out of here. But
He nods.
I still think it is wise to think down all paths.
Well, I have a hard time arguing with more prudence, frankly. Yeah, okay. If you want to work towards making sure that we have a path forward for longer-term residence, I won't stop you. Just know that I'm not stopping looking for a way out until we find one.
I am very glad that you can hold on to hope. Hold on to it for all the rest of us, please.
Earthrendir, looks very, very hurt for a moment, and then turns away. Yeah, I can do that. Take care, Lillison. And he's going to give her a weak smile and walk away.
All right. As you come together, the quiet once more gathering in the interior of the old mansion. Bismarck glances up at Earthrendir, Metron, and Amity and says, I trust that it sounds like you found what you were looking for, unfortunately.
It was disheartening to say the least.
How long has the mist been there?
It has been there since the curse of the devil first descended upon us. It has been hundreds of years, I must say.
Hundreds?
Amity sinks.
Hold on now. And all this with the same ruler?
He nods.
But that doesn't... Why did it start? You've got history books here, right? Or something? Oral tales or fabrications or whatever.
He frowns and shrugs. I suppose that if you were to go to Wallaki and search around, you might find some old histories, but I do not know any scholars. It is mostly what I have learned from my father and on occasion traders that come to the village. It is much of the country's histories is lost to the mist as we are.
Yeah, but that is an incredibly large thing to lose. Even 400 years ago, that not knowing if there was a time before this? What happened to all your art from before? The books, the paintings, the music? Where'd it go?
Bismarck looks genuinely mournful. I don't know. It is perhaps when the light of the morning Lord shone over our land, perhaps then my people were inspired to sing and dance and share stories of beauty and wonder. But the morning Lord no longer answers our prayers, and whatever beauty his inspiration might have brought is no longer among us.
All right, fair, I can't. Just, I gotta, yeah, no, surely they'll know more in Vallaki. You can't just, somebody has to know. That's absurd. But I'm sorry, I'm belittling you about your own country's history. That is very unbecoming.
No, it is quite all right.
Is
do not
it?
worry. You are quite a bit friendlier than the last visitor that came to Barovia last year. Don't worry.
Last visitor.
Oh, well, I myself was not overly familiar. I know that some others were involved. Well, if you were to meet him, Father Donovich might know more. I know that his son was... Well, it was a great tragedy what happened. I'm afraid that I did not... Forgive me?
No, I was just going to say there is a cleric in this village.
Yes, Father Donovich. He is the priest at the local church. If you have seen the church or the cemetery, you will have seen where he resides.
Don't think he took that street, but... Yeah, but you were saying, who was this person?
That I do not know. You would best be equipped to ask the father.
Fair. Dreadfully sorry. In that case, that actually lines up with something I was going to say. And he kind of looks at the others for approval. If my compatriots agree, I'd be happy to help you bury your father. I understand how important funeral customs are for many people, and that's... I don't wish having to live with the knowledge of the unburied dead upon anybody. Not something I want.
Ismark blinks and then slowly smiles, and you see Irina smiling as well. But just a soft grin of almost disbelief. She bows her head. Thank you. That would mean so much if you would help.
I'll do my best, although I admit I'm not much of a grave digger.
Ismark nods. And do you have plans after that?
He does not immediately answer, instead kind of looking to the others as if looking for a lifeline.
Well, Valaki, it's perhaps our next spot of journey. But we've not quite decided yet. Some people seem to enjoy the charm of this little village.
Ismark has graciously offered to join us on the journey, should we allow Irina to come as well. He is apparently quite handy with a longsword.
Oh, I bet he is.
Erthrindir just shoots him a look like, keep it in. Wait for tonight, for God's sake.
Kiva winks at Metreon.
At any rate, I'm for it personally. I can't speak for anyone else.
So why don't we deal with the funeral tonight, and then, or to the rest of today? Kiva's been inside; she doesn't really know the time, and then we can set out first thing tomorrow morning.
So we're doing this, then.
I think that we'll need to leave before then, says Lillison as she steps out from the kitchen.
What do you mean?
Now that we've given that spy a false trail to follow, I don't think it would be particularly wise to stay here another night.
But traveling at night, that's
I'm not
dangerous.
Traveling during the night. No, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Although,
with any luck, all danger would be diverted to this house.
No,
shit.
That's not that. And he looks. Metron looks at Ismark and Irina. Listen, I will be in attendance for this funeral, and I saw the wall myself. I saw the mist, and so far, everything that I've seen has lined up with things that I never thought I would ever experience in my lifetime. But I have. So Lillison, When I say we don't travel at night, I don't say it for myself. I say it because people who have been here and who have experienced these things are telling us not to.
Erthrindir told me that you also all saw that spy, that man in red who was watching, yes?
Well, sort of. He told us. I didn't really see him myself.
We have deliberately put out false information that suggests that we will be holding up here and trying to weather any assault. With the understanding that with this false trail laid down, we would then escape quickly, quietly, and have them waste their efforts and energy assaulting a place that was empty.
That isn't the point.
Then what is?
What is?
The point is that if we travel by... You heard what we heard just traveling through the afternoon. You heard those wolves.
I did.
And you heard how many of them there were.
He nods. Not something I want to run into, even if they are not prone to attack in groups. But...
And you can only imagine what other things lie out there, and what other night creatures might stalk those woods. It's just not wise. And again, I'm going off the information that of things that I've seen and things that I've heard from people who live here. Ismark, Arena, am I right?
They slowly nod, Ismark shaking his head. I would not advise anyone to stray from the path, especially not at night, or even to take the roads when not that there is much of a sun to speak of, but when the fog is given way to night and the moon is high, it is a dark time. I would not advise traveling. If for no other reason, then vampires are bound to rest by day, but may wander at night. It is...
Oh, are they? Interesting.
It is beyond incalculably dangerous to wander the roads. I understand your trepidation, Lillison, and we can do what we can to make sure that we throw a false trail. Your ideas seem brilliant, and I would be more than happy to do what I can to accommodate, but the journey to Wallaki is more than 6 hours. Traveling that long through the night would be infeasible and quite potentially deadly for all that I could do.
Here's a thought. Erthrindir murmurs. I have the capability to sing images and illusions into existence. What if, at an opportune time, I make that of us beginning to leave the village in time enough to get the rest of you on the road? From there, I can, follow the illusion for a while, keep it up long enough to give you a diversion, and then, well, at minimum, it'll give us a head start.
You would put yourself at risk like that?
Well, I mean, it means that we're not dealing with the undead nasty on the road, so yes. Also, I just remembered my invisibility spell, so I'm not too worried. And he gives her a very wide grin.
Oh, okay, well invisibility makes it a lot easier.
It'll make it easier for me to get out. I can't use it while I'm making the illusion, but we'll figure it out.
Lillison looks around. Do these walls seem soundproof, reasonably soundproof?
Looking around, it seems, you're talking in reasonably measured, hushed voices. You've not heard any sound of anyone outside. The windows themselves don't really have glass anymore, and if you're standing close to a window, it's probably feasible that you could be heard outside, but I imagine you're talking in reasonably hushed tones here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not screaming, I don't think.
Yeah. Lillison will tilt her head a little bit and then look at Metreon and nod slowly. And she says, all right. I suppose if traveling at night is that dangerous, then perhaps the decoy fortifications we've put up will serve just as well for real fortifications.
A nail's a nail and a board's a board.
If we leave right now, when will we get there? It's pretty early in the day.
Ismark shakes his head. By now, we would easily get there. Perhaps 2 hours or more after dark. I don't know where you outsiders come from, but in here, the morning is... well, the day is short. We do not have over much time, and the journey itself would take more than half the daylight.
Man, the days are
not-
this short? Good grief.
Indeed. Sunset by now, if I had to guess, is, well, perhaps only a few hours away.
Okay. So, are we agreed then? We bury your father tonight, set out a decoy in the morning, and then depart while the getting's good?
Ismark nods. Irina nods. If that is acceptable to all of you, then... and if we are able to see our father put to rest, then... that sounds good to me.
Well then, what do we do then till then? Do we prepare the body? Do we...
If you would help me take the coffin, we can move it to the church, and from there see what Father Donovich would like us to do. I confess I have not attended such a burial before, so aside from one, but that was a very long time ago.
Well, that makes 2 of us then. Kiva, you're pretty able-bodied. Would you care to assist?
Oh, absolutely. I don't mind at all.
He nods. If there are any other of you that would like to join us, you are more than welcome to. I welcome your company, but if you would prefer to stay here, I am sure that Irina would not mind the company either.
I'll
Please.
come, I think.
He nods gratefully and begins moving toward the coffin. Who's coming with him?
Amity is at least.
Yeah.
Kiva is as well.
I guess Metreon is too.
Lillison will hover, but she's not going to try to pick up this coffin.
Fair.
Lillison could
That's
just
fair.
mage hand it. We wouldn't have to touch it at all.
I mean, if their father was a gnome, then maybe.
We'll just strap it to Trouble's back. We'll be fine.
Yep. He's a growing boy.
But yeah, Metron will kind of stay back too. Despite the fact that he wears this kind of bulky, oversized leather jacket, and Airthendir would probably know this because he's slept in the same bed with him. But he's actually pretty lanky, kind of like, kind of gauntly built. So not a lot of top strength or bottom strength for that matter. Just kind of like very lean.
Understandable.
All right. Together you hoist the coffin with Ismark, those who are able and willing to help. And with a nod and a grunt, let us make our way to the church. And he begins guiding you out the front door and onto the streets once more. Together, you begin making your way outside of the mansion as Irina watches you go, the door slowly closing shut behind you as you make your way out once more onto the muddy roads. Ismark leads you north once more, but this time instead of turning east when you reach the Blood of the Vine Tavern and the Mercantile, you continue heading north along the same path that Kiva and Amity and Airthendir took to the cemetery the previous night. You move forward together, and before long, a familiar sight comes into view. You can see atop a slight rise there against the roots of the mountain that supports the castle above the sagging edifice of the church once more. You can see that it is worn and weary, a bell tower rising toward the back and flickering light shining through holes in the shingled roof. Bismarck gives a nod and continues carrying the coffin closer. And as you approach the church doors, you can see that the heavy wooden doors of the church are covered with claw marks and scarred by fire.
Metreon at this point is kind of staying back. Is Aerthendir helping carry the coffin, or is he just kind of walking with the coffin?
Yes, I think Aerthendir was helping with the coffin.
Okay. He'll mention to Amity. He'll mention just to everybody else. So is this the cemetery where you saw those dead things? Those ghosts?
Yes, it was obviously much later than this, but yeah.
That's a good sign.
I didn't notice the claw marks on the door, though. Ismark, you're sure this Father Donovich is still here?
Ismark nods and gestures at the lights. Indeed, he keeps the chapel quite well lit. I have not been to the church in somewhat of a time, but if the lights are on, I am sure that Father Donovich is present with him. Come. We had best get inside before we get ourselves too damp. He ushers you forward if you'll follow.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Hesitantly, but yes. Actually, Metreon was going to help with Amity and Truffle getting them in, just because it seems like Aerthendir and Kiva and Ismark have the coffin under control.
Amity can get in.
Okay.
All right. You continue forward, and Ismark grunts as he hefts the weight of the coffin in one hand, and with the other hauls open the church doors, leaving the space forward clear. Together, you make your way into the corridor that rises beyond, leaving the village behind as the doors slam shut behind you. You can see that the doors open to reveal a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long hall leading to a brightly lit chapel. The hall itself is unlit and reeks of mildew. 4 doors, 2 on either side of the hall, lead to adjacent chambers. You can see that the chapel is strewn with debris, and you hear a soft voice from within reciting a prayer. Suddenly, the prayer is blotted out by an inhuman scream that rises up from beneath the wooden floor.
Nope. No. No.
Ismark, did you just walk us into something that we shouldn't be?
Ismark shakes his head. That is... Don't worry, it shouldn't trouble us. We will be in and out quickly. Don't worry.
What is it?
You know
Yeah, I've heard.
it.
Seriously.
It's nothing. Don't worry. I've heard that Father Donovich has had some
Not worry when
troubles
you
with-
clearly know something that you're not willing to tell us.
That doesn't sound like.
Look, I
that doesn't sound
don't
like
know a lot. All I know is that there were some troubles here, that Father Donovich had some problems that he faced, but whatever problems he met, they're not troublesome.
Where is he?
The father, it sounds like he's in the chapel. Please, we will. I promise this will be quick.
It better be.
2 minutes, right?
Earthrendeer shoots her a half dirty, half amused look. Sure. Maybe 3 if we're feeling generous.
All right, I like your odds.
In that case. And Earthrendeer is going to push the doors to the chapel open.
They're not doors as such. In fact, the hallway is clear, and as you make your way forward toward the brightly lit chapel at the other end, you can hear the ancient floor creaking and sagging beneath your boots, though not so much as a sag as to give you concern about the integrity of the structure. Overhead, you can hear the roof groaning as the light drizzle ever present in the village spills upon it. And you can see the light in the chapel beyond flickering, casting long shadows that snake and ensnare the space behind you as you walk forward. You continue on forward, passing by the 4 doors, 2 on either side, and make your way forward into the end of the corridor, into a much larger room, the chapel. The chapel itself is in a shambles, with overturned and broken pews littering the dusty floor. Dozens of candles mounted in candlesticks and candelabras light every dusty corner in a fervent attempt to rid the chapel of shadows. At the far end of the church sits a cloth-scarred altar, behind which kneels a priest in soiled vestments. Next to him hangs a long, thick rope that stretches up into the bell tower. And then, from beneath the chapel floor, you hear a young man's voice cry out, "Father! I'm starving!"
Metreon, his hand is on his crossbow right now.
Amity hollers into the church, "Father Donovich!"
The man at the other side of the altar slowly looks up. There are deep shadows under his eyes. You can see that his skin is pale and has lost much of any warmth that might have once held it. His hair is receded, leaving a larger forehead, and the black and silver hair has been pulled back neatly over his head. You can see that he wears priestly vestments, a simple white cloth around his neck, a black covering of sorts for his shoulders and chest that seems to have numbers of soiled yellow sunbursts and patterns across it. He looks up and you hear his expression slacken slightly as the prayer stops. "Yes? Who? What do you want?" He blinks and then slowly, shakily stands. "Master Kolyanovich, welcome." And he frowns, leaning against the side of the altar for support. "I confess I do not recognize the rest of you."
We're new in town. Nice to meet you, sir. Or father, I suppose.
He slowly nods his head, a faraway look in his eyes. You get a sense that he's not quite entirely present. "Yes, well... oh dear, oh no, my poor boy." He sees the coffin that you're carrying. "But please tell me that that is a stranger whose body you carry, son." Bismarck shakes his head. "No, father, it is who you suspect." Father Donovich approaches quietly. "Oh, my dear boy, the morning Lord looks sorrowfully upon your loss. Such a terrible thing, a terrible fate that has befallen you, that has befallen us all, really." He pauses for a moment, staring off into space, and then slowly sighs, his shoulders slackening. What can I do for you, my son, and for your associates?"
We're here about a burial.
The father nods. You can see his hands are trembling faintly as he dry washes his palms together. "Yes, of course, as one would want to do with such a terrible, terrible thing. If you would, I would be more than glad to assist with seeing the late burgomaster put to rest. If you wouldst leave his remains here till morn, I shall see to it that the grave is prepared, and should you return just before dawn, I shall see to it that he is buried with the first light in accordance with the ancient rites."
That sounds reasonable.
Does this sound like the sort of burial procedures that would have been common back on the Sword Coast?
Make a religion check.
Ooh.
That is a 17.
You have heard of certain churches, usually deities associated with light and the sun, that often perform religious rites close to dawn or approximating it. Some do perform things closer to noon, but the first rise of the morning's light is quite closely associated with the rituals and especially burial rites of certain deities, such as Palor, Lathander, similar deities.
Okay, Lillison will just nod slightly.
Earthendeer will kind of look at Irina and Ismark and wince. Well, that's not ideal, is it? We need to be going in the morning.
Is it Irina with us, or is she back at the house?
Irina is not with you. She is remaining at the
Sorry. Bit scrambled. He's going to say that to Ismark then.
Ismark frowns and looks at Father Donovich a bit helplessly. The father just meets your gaze, Earthendeer, directly. You can see the deep circles under his eyes, staring straight into you. The ritual must be performed at dawn for the burial to be proper. Only with the sun's first light can the Morning Lord's divine hand take a spirit and guide it to rest from these cursed mists.
All right. Point taken. Yes. Okay. All right. I guess that's fine. Thank you, Father.
It will be all right. We will have plenty of time. After all, we are not going anywhere in a hurry, she says as she gives Earthendeer a meaningful glance.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess we gotta find a place to settle down once we stop intruding on dear Ismark and Irina's hospitality. At any rate.
Father Donovich nods. Indeed. Who amongst us can say that we are going anywhere quickly, or if at all, perhaps? To feel so stuck in a mire, naught but darkness and... He closes his eyes and shakes, and when he opens them again, they're staring vacantly. And then abruptly his gaze snaps back to you. Return at dawn, and with your help I shall see to it that the tragic loss of our dear burgomaster is put to rest.
DM.
Yes.
Metreon is kind of keeping quiet again, hand on his crossbow bolt, hand crossbow at the ready. But does he hear any other like rustling coming from below?
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion or perception?
Or sorry, perception. Sorry.
13.
A 13? You don't hear anything notable, no.
Okay. Well, that's that then, yes.
Yep. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Be well, sir.
He nods, his dark eyes watching you as you go, and slowly he turns to the coffin and places a hand upon it, closing his eyes and seemingly ignorant of your retreat. Ismark gives you a nod and gestures to the doors.
What the hell? There
There's
was
something deeply, deeply wrong with that man.
There's something down there underneath that chapel.
Yeah, apparently it's very hungry.
And apparently that's its child. Father Don, if it's that, or that, or he's just calling it father because of its title. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be either. At any rate, what on earth?
DM, how old?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, how old did the voice sound?
The voice sounded like a young man's voice, but twisted and tormented. It was almost screaming in anguish, but it was definitely a young man's voice.
Okay, but it wasn't like a child's voice or anything like that.
No, it was not. It was, if you had to estimate, probably like older teens, young 20s, somewhere around there. Like certainly,
Okay.
Post-adolescent.
So he's keeping someone trapped and starving in his basement?
Apparently.
He's not our responsibility.
No, I'm not saying he is. I'm just wondering, we should maybe come armed tomorrow morning to the service, just in case he tries to do the same to us.
Well, I stay strapped.
Fair. Just a good grief. That poor whoever is down there.
I swear, if this is why there's so many ghosts coming out of that graveyard, I'm going to.
What, do you think that the father killed them all?
I don't know. This is just conjecture. Probably not.
Yeah, no, there was, among those ghosts, there was an orc woman with an axe bigger than my head. I would be very surprised if Mr. Donovich got the better of her.
Well, can't priests do some sort of dark magic too?
Well, I mean, dark's subjective, but some of them. But that takes years of faith and study. And actually, there's a question. Could we, is there any possible way we could, estimate if Donovich looks like he's got any clerical power? Is that just not just a thing?
There's not really an aura of a magic user. I mean, you notice that, he was dressed like a priest. From your experience, some priests are capable of divine abilities, some to a greater extent than others, some of lesser persuasion, some not at all, some are merely, attendees to a church, and though their faith might be strong, have not been blessed that particular arcane spark. You're not sure. You can't tell for certain without, I suppose, learning more.
Understandable. Well, in any case, I'm with Metreon. God, kind of wish I hadn't blown off that Bildraith guy. I need a weapon that's not this pocket knife.
Oh, what are you familiar with?
Well, I mean, I can use long swords, but I'm generally not strong enough, so... Good short sword. I've already got the long bow, but yeah, no, a good short sword or two would help me feel real at home.
Do you know how to use daggers?
Yeah, but fortunately that pocket knife of mine will do the job on that front, thankfully. It's not anything to worry about. I'm fortunate. I've been blessed with the time and the knowledge to learn magic. I'll be fine.
Yes, of course. I'm just thinking about all of those knives we took from the kitchen of that cursed place.
Point. Actually, do you still have those?
I've still got mine.
Mind if I take a look at it?
DM, I pull out the butcher's knife that I pulled from Durst House. Does it look the same, or?
Yeah, it looks the same. Just an old, slightly nicked butcher's knife.
Yeah, I hand it to Earthendeer.
All right. Thank you. Much appreciated. And he will sort of stow it awkwardly in a pocket, doing his best to face the sharp end away from him. All right, let's head back and hopefully get some sleep. We got a long day tomorrow.
Yeah, we head back, I guess, unless there's anything else we want to do in this graveyard.
All right, together you leave the church behind and head once more for the Burgomaster's mansion.
Actually, along the way,
Yes?
Can Lillison just sort of sneak off towards the Blood on the Vine Tavern?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Metro, I wanted to do that too.
Is there anything particular you're looking to do there? Are you looking to kind of duck off before the others can see? Are you just going for a quick dip inside?
Lillison will try to duck off without letting the others see. I don't know how successful she'll be, but she'll just...
Make a stealth check with disadvantage.
Okay. That is a 21 with disadvantage.
Damn!
Metreon, as you So, Metron, are you going? First off, Metron, are you going to the Blood of the Vine Tavern as soon as you get there? Or are you slipping away as well?
What I was going to
to
say was, is if I did see her breaking off, then I'd be like, oh, yes, a tavern, let me go. Because it's not immediately on his mind. But since with a 21, I assume he does not see her break off, and therefore we'll continue with the rest of the party.
All right, so Lillison, you wait for the others to get a few feet ahead of you. They seem to be engaged in quiet conversation. You silently slip away and, pausing for a moment to make sure they can't hear the creak of the door, you duck and dodge inside the Blood of the Vine Tavern, vanishing from sight. Inside, it's much the same as before. There's a certain muffled quiet here, a few locals that seem to be drowning themselves in drink, dressed in drab, gray, brown clothing. You see the same barkeep once more behind the front bar, just mindlessly polishing the glasses one after another. And quietly, you close the door behind you. It doesn't seem like anyone even noticed your entrance.
All right. Lillison will walk up to the bar, just smile at the barkeeper and say, "Pitcher of wine, please."
The barkeep nods. A pitcher of wine costs 1 silver.
She digs around in her pouch, takes out her last silver piece, and just places it on the counter.
He nods and silently tucks the silver piece away before returning to the place below the counter. Silently, he pours out a bottle of wine into a pitcher and places it on the counter before sliding it over to you.
If Lillison tries to take the pitcher and just leave through the door, will anybody stop her?
You slowly make your way toward the door with the pitcher, and as you do, you hear the sound of a woman clearing her throat. And as you turn, you see that one of the brightly dressed women at the table beside the front door has turned around, leaning over the back of her chair. You watch it. She has like a piercing, dark gaze. She has deep red hair and long curls and frizzles that is tucked behind her back that's so dark as to almost be a chestnut brownish red. You can see that she wears long, dangling earrings from either side, and she has a number of brass and silver rings of assorted designs upon her fingers. She blinks up at you, scowling. "And what do you think that you are doing, my dear? That is not your pitcher to take, yes?"
I mean, I believe I paid for it. Am I not allowed?
You have paid for the wine, my dear. You may not take the pitcher. That is business property. Now, please return to your table or leave the pitcher, my dear.
What would be, out of simple curiosity, what would be the price for the vessel itself? She says, looking between the woman and the barkeep.
She blinks, looking a bit surprised. I suppose that would be... Wait, why do you want a pitcher? Whatever. If you want it, 5 silver.
Lillison fishes out a gold piece, looks at it, then sort of flips it through the air to the woman who she is assuming is the actual owner.
She nods, takes the gold, and then her frown tightens. "Take your pitcher." And she turns back to her table and begins speaking with the other two colorfully dressed women there.
Lillison will sort of look closely at her just for a moment, then shrug, sort of open the door with her shoulder if that's possible, because she doesn't want to accidentally spill with the pitcher, and then catch up with everybody else.
All right. And as you leave, you can hear the woman's voice echoing, "Blessed foreigners. I tell you what, they..." And then her voice cuts out. And by this point, the rest of you have made your way to the mansion once more. And as Ismark goes toward the door and knocks upon it, you look around and you realize Lillison doesn't seem to be with you.
Oh, shit!
Sneaky little minx. What did she go off to?
I don't know. Were we sure she didn't get, snatched by that guy who was watching us earlier?
Good point. Metron will open the door and just kind of peek out and see if he sees either her or that bandit guy who was skulking about.
Make a perception check.
Natural 1, so that's a 2.
You look around, see no sight of the stranger. You glance around for a few more seconds and then turn around, and as you do, you hear the sound of footsteps approaching through the mist. The rest of you, though not Metron, see Lillison. Is she making her way down the road?
She is.
And she has the pitcher of wine in her hand?
She does.
The rest of you see Lillison making her way toward you with a pitcher of indeterminate contents grasped in one of her hands.
Earthwind just shakes his head. Well, you could have, told us.
I didn't realize you were that thirsty.
Oh, well, hello there.
I am not that thirsty, and if I had told you, I guarantee, she says as she steps over the threshold, that Metreon would have followed me. Here you are, by the way, a present for you, as she hands Metreon the full pitcher of wine, and steps away to maintain her distance. It was only half the cost of trying to buy a water skin at that dreadful place.
Well, look at you. How generous. I appreciate it, and, if you want a glass, let me know. I'm sure I could spare some.
She just grins at him.
Earthwind looks at her and murmurs, "You realize if he makes a drunken pass at Ismark tonight, it's on you."
I think it's going to be on you, actually, because you share a bed with him, don't you?
Shut up! I sincerely hope he would be going in and not bringing him in. If he's bringing him in, I'm going to have words, by which I mean the book, over both of their foreheads, because good lord.
Oh, I'm certain that Metreon is able to ration himself. Isn't that right? Because we have a long journey tomorrow.
Metreon puts down the pitcher, which he was kind of just drinking from, straight from the tap. I'm sorry, what was that now?
I said we have a long journey tomorrow, and I'm sure you won't want to go dry before then.
Oh, of course not. I've got my my wineskin here, and this should last me through the night. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I found going dry is rather unpleasant, especially for.
Shall we lubricate ourselves? And he shakes the pitcher in sort of an inviting manner at everybody.
Oh, I suppose a glass can't hurt. But no more than that. I don't really like being lubricated.
On that note, Ismark, darling, could you or Irina fetch us glasses around for everybody? Last night here and all.
Ismark nods. That won't be a problem. I think a bit of wine would do everyone's spirits good. I'll be right back. And he ducks away to the kitchen and you hear some clinking of glasses before he returns. Some of them are a bit cracked and a bit misted or a bit soiled in places, but they're cleaned as best as they can possibly be. They seem to have been taken care of lovingly despite the great age that they've held, and he kind of gingerly and carefully places them on the table beside the pitcher.
Metron will pour everyone a nice little round. He'll probably pour himself a little bit more than everybody else. He'll hand him out and just kind of, I assume it's sort of maybe like a circle or just kind of around the fire or whatever. Just kind of park there and start to kind of sip throughout the evening. At one point, though, while everyone's sitting around and quietly drinking and basking in the hearth, the warmth of the fire. Mitron looks up at Irina and Ismark. So, there is something I should perhaps confess if we are to be traveling to Wallaki.
Yes, and Irina blinks at you as she just sips from a glass of wine and sets it down, kind of cradling it in her lap between her palms. What is it? What's the matter?
Metron rifles through his satchel and pulls out what looks to be like a long soiled handkerchief, and he kind of spits in it a bit, and he starts to wipe some of the pancake makeup off of his cheek to show the actual pink complexion beneath.
The two of them blink. Huh. You were, Huh. Bismarck blinks.
I hope it's not too offensive to either of you. I mean, if it is,
No,
say so.
It's an interesting color. Can't not say that I've seen it before, but he glances at Irina and she shrugs. And then she offers you a little tight smile. Don't worry. The way that you're putting it sounds like this is something that you're used to getting uncomfortable reactions with. I am sure that in many places, perhaps here and elsewhere in Barovia, you are probably better off concealing such attributes, but don't worry. You have nothing to fear from us.
Well, I appreciate your discretion and your acceptance. So while you all enjoy this, I am going to go wash my face because I'm quite itchy. And he'll get up and excuse himself. And as he does, he unfurls his tail and it kind of twitches behind him as he walks and heads towards the bathroom so he can kind of scrub this off.
Irina blinks and then turns to Amity. I'm really wondering, and excuse me if this is rude, what's it like having a tail?
I guess that's a little hard to answer because I've always had one. I mean, it's useful sometimes. It's like having another leg.
Irina nods.
But I guess, I can pick things up with it. See, she sort of picks up a fork.
Irina's eyes wide. That's incredible. My gosh.
Thanks.
And with that, the conversation continues. Is there anything more that you would like to do or discuss or accomplish before you turn in for the night?
Not particularly.
Amity would like to go find a pie. She will tell the other people about this first, though.
Oh, sweet. I would get one as well, but I have 2 gold to me, and to hell with it. He hands her a gold piece.
Don't we still have one? Kiva didn't want one yesterday.
You're right. Shoot. And Earthrendeer digs around in his pack. Is the pie still there?
Yes. Presumably you've, kept it as best you can. You probably had to wrap it in a handkerchief or something, but aside from, some crumbs jostling around and it's seeming a bit stale, it seems edible enough.
All right. Well, it's not quite as good, but I suppose you could always put it in the fire for a little.
All right, so 1 pie. Amity sort of holds up 1 finger, looking around the room.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice to have some sweet dreams before what we are going into. And he hands her another gold piece. Get me one. Get an extra.
Will do. Unless anyone else wants another one, Amity will go around the village looking for the cart.
All right, make an investigation check for me.
Okay, doke. That is going to be a quick 17.
17?
Yep.
All right. You make your way around the village, searching to see any indication of the peddler you found before. But as far as you can tell, she's nowhere to be found. You search for a good 15, 20 minutes or so, making your way through the streets and alleys, but by the time you feel yourself beginning to give up, the sky is darkened and you can feel that dusk is likely approaching.
I see. Okay. Well, I guess she'll return then. If she does not find the cart.
All right.
Earthendeer sighs. Here, take it. And he proffers the slightly stale pie. You need it more than I do, I think.
Thank you. Amity will hand him 1 gold piece for it.
You're welcome. Ooh. I am 1/10 of a way of affording that beautiful grappling hook. Did y'all see that thing? It was lovely. Just the colors. And imagine how much easier it would have been. I wouldn't have had to lower you down with bed sheets.
We should have perhaps looked for rope, but I assume it would have been just as
Overpriced.
exorbitantly priced.
Point taken. We'll find somebody in Vallaki who isn't running a monopoly and, well, see if they're willing to talk to us.
I don't think we're going to need rope on the way to Vallaki.
You never know.
Do you know what? I'm actually looking forward to this next step of the journey a little bit.
Honestly, same. It'll be nice to get to actual civilization again and, have a better idea of where to go from here. But yeah, I'm excited.
Anything else before we all tuck in?
Nah.
All right, so Amity, are you having the pie right before bed? Are you having it like a little bit, like once dinner is done?
Yeah, so right before bed, she'll sort of heat it up on the stove, holding a hand over the flame to sort of control it, like a constant, flicker, and just to warm it up real nice. And then she will have the pie right before tucking in.
All right. So you eat the pie. It tastes delicious. The warm, somewhat stale, but tasty little mincemeat pie is a blessing and a welcome thing for your stomach. As you finish the last bit, the last crumb, feeling the warmth pervading through your body, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh, no.
Yes. I want to roll low. 3's a blessing.
All right. With that, you slowly feel your eyes close, fluttering shut. And you feel yourself sinking into the softness of the bed. You feel the pain in your foot and ankle receding. You hear the creaking and the groaning of the house and the shutters vanishing. You even don't hear the squeaking and the chittering of the bats that begin taking up position outside of the windows as the rest of your party sees them gathering on the gutters and the shingles beyond. You're at peace. It's quiet and it's warm, and you find yourself once more in the meadow, in the field of flowers as far as the eye can see. Somehow there's shelves of books all around you. Truffle is curled up quietly at your side. The sun is warm overhead and a soft breeze plays through the air. There's a soft song in the distance, wordless, but you feel you know the melody, and as you hum it to yourself and begin making your way toward the shelves, you feel that you think you'll be able to finish a few of these tonight. Humming once more, you slowly begin picking up the book and begin turning through the pages, savoring each bit of the tale that snakes its way through its pages, following stories of a great hero, a warrior that travels far and wide in search of a dragon, finally slaying the dragon and sharing the hoard with those in the villages the dragon had destroyed. There are moments of heroism, of comedy and romance. You close that and move to the next one, a beautiful book of different animals making their way through a forest in a mystical land of magic and peace and joy. It's wonderful, and you feel yourself losing your thoughts and your awareness in the familiar comfort of stories. And as you slowly...
Yes? Oh, it was just reflecting. It's still like just me and Truffle, like
yes.
Basically just like reading. Okay.
It's peaceful, cool. It's quiet. Occasionally you have a thought and you see a small desk beside you with a notebook as you move to scratch down a few ideas for stories, beginning to add to a draft that you would slowly begin to feel take form in your mind. You can see a story now, one worthy of adding to your tome. It's just at the tip of your tongue, just at the edge of your consciousness, but you know that if you read for a little longer, make your way through a few more books, you can find what it is you're looking for. Slowly you reach the last page of the book and close the tome. And then when you look up, the meadow has vanished. There's no flowers. You cannot see the bookshelves that have melted away. Even Truffle is no longer by your side. And as you stand there looking around, you see mists floating through the air around you, but you realize you're not even in the village anymore. The wall of fog, the dark silhouettes of the Barovian houses aren't present. And in place of those silhouettes of shops and structures stand only trees, stretching like tall, skeletal fingers into the fog-choked sky above. Their branches groan with the weight of thousands upon thousands of small, black, furry bodies. Bats. They chitter and squeal in a shrieking cacophony, a chorus of terrible laughter. And then the earth shakes, the world slides, and you realize that you're running. Your heart is pounding, your legs aching. One by one, the feet slamming upon the ground, pushing against the rotten earth with each bound you take. You feel yourself driven forward. You can't stop, you have to keep going, there's something behind you. And then beside you hear a bestial grunt of encouragement. You glance aside just long enough to see a massive golden brown bear running alongside you. The bear's fangs and claws are fearsome, but its eyes are bright and kind. A sudden tittering chirp draws your attention to your hands where the book once lay, but in the book's place, you see only a rusted black iron cage hanging from a chain held tightly in your hands. You can see, trapped within the cage, a red-striped sparrow fluttering its wings and chirping once more in warning. And then you hear it. The crashing of splintering wood, the roar of the air behind you, and you glance back for an instant, instantly wish that you hadn't. You see the visage of a massive, monstrous beast roaring back at you. An enormous, black-furred wolf, as tall as at the shoulder as the canopy of trees above. Each slam of its paws shakes the ground, each snarl cracking the air like thunder, and it's gaining on you. In the distance, you can see your destination. An enormous wolf's head mounted on a pike that towers above the trees. You know somehow that once you reach it, you'll be safe, it'll be fine, you'll be away from this. The wolf behind you roars and swipes and slices through the air mere inches from your side. Instead, its claw catches the cage in your hands, and you stumble. In a heartbeat, the wolf is upon you, and then with a flash of motion, the bear stands in its path, roaring in defiance. You scramble to your feet just in time to see the two great beasts leap for each other, colliding, and as the wolf's claw comes down, you hear the bear scream in pain. In that moment, you can see the edge of the tree line, freedom and safety, a mere 100 yards away. You can see the massive pike you saw, the symbol of escape. It's so close now. But behind you, you can see the bear struggling to stand as the wolf stalks toward it. The bear lying wounded on the ground now, saliva dripping from the massive wolf's maw toward the ground. Do you stay, or do you flee?
Oh, geez. I flee.
You cut a path for the tree line, your chest and legs burning with the exertion. Behind you, you hear something crunch, followed by another of the bear's roars of pain. The cage in your hand sways, the sparrow tittering in fear, but it's fine, it's okay. The size of the wolf. There was nothing you could have done, you tell yourself. There was nothing you could have done. Safety is here. You're going to be okay. Behind you, there's a sickening, awful, tearing sound, and the bear's screams fall silent. You plunge across the tree line and feel the wolf's awful presence vanish. And then feel something rocking your shoulder. Your eyes snap open. You feel yourself breathing hard, your chest pumping up and down as you struggle for breath, and you see only Ismark glancing down at you. Are you all right? It's time to go. And that is where we'll end it for today.
Whoa. Yeah. All right.
Oh boy.
No more pies. Well, maybe one more.
We have reached the end.
Oh,
of
and
time.
before we proceed further, I will need Amity to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Wait, another one?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Oh God.
Congratulations.
One.
Trancing doesn't count as sleeping. You didn't sleep for 8 hours, so unless you finish your sleep, that's going to be a level of exhaustion for you. And with that,
Wait, that's not sleeping?
trancing is not sleeping.
It's
Okay.
Wow.
All right, and with that, I hope you all enjoyed. We will pick this up next week.
Bye.
Oh.
Bye.
Oh, are we?
Okay.
All right. So, just a quick reminder, if you have not already, please fill out our audience survey at tinyurl.com/twicebittenpoll. That is tinyurl.com/twicebittenpoll. Otherwise, thank you to everyone for joining us today. We will see you all back in the mists next Saturday. Until then, make sure to avoid your local graveyards and churches after dark, and take care.